Hello, welcome to Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. I'm glad we at least had some good music to entertain you all with. Welcome, Nina and Nina friends. Great to see you all. First off, Vervain, thank you for the little robot parade. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. Dronon, good to see you as well. Next week, after today, I will be taking basically a week off for holidays. My next stream after today will be on, I think, the 29th. Which is a Friday, so that'll be a Conquest of Camelot stream. So you won't miss anything. Jabberwocky, Siku, Salt Ranger, Nina, of course, Unsiku Crush in the other room. Let me give Nina a shout out while I'm saying hello to y'all. If anyone is not following Nina already, she is a wonderful streamer and game developer working on her own horror game. Along with her partner Jake, which I'm super, super excited about. That's called Size Zero. And she's also been working as, I'm trying to remember the specific title. Doing narrative work on a Don't Nod game called Lost Records, Blood and Tears. I think I at least got most of those words right. Two games I'm super, super excited about. They both look fantastic. So y'all should definitely check her out and her games if you haven't already. Her streams are also wonderful. Always a good time. I really enjoy her insight as a game developer as she's playing games, and she's just very entertaining to watch as well. 6-7, thank you so much for 21 months of subscription. I appreciate it very much. Petition to change the name to Maupiti Island instead. That's fair. It's been a challenge for sure, but I think we're making progress. I feel good anyways. Did I say hello to Kyle and Eric? Good to see you. Okay, I think we got everyone now. Silver, good to see you as well. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. Shit, that was totally wrong. Okay, I got Lost Records right though, right? And I knew it was something and something. Close enough. Bloom and Rage, Blood and Tears, I think is what I said. Oh well. But yes. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. Narrative designer. That's what I was thinking, but I wasn't 100% positive and I didn't want to get it wrong. So just working on narrative stuff seemed close enough. Dronon said, I was experimenting a bit with Maupiti this week and I think I discovered another way to die. Yay, you probably won't encounter this method. Exciting. Jess Jeffridge, good to see you. Bloom and Rage, yes. We did discover, for me, a new way to die last week, which was very exciting. I got specifically murdered in a way that had not happened previously. I can't remember if we've been specifically murdered before. We've definitely we've had a lot of game overs that were basically Dronon gave me a little bit of info about the game's mechanics, which is not very easy to understand. But basically, there's like sort of a karma or reputation type of system that is completely invisible to the player, where if you do enough things to make the other characters in the game distrust you, they basically hold you captive in some way until the cops come and arrest you. So that has happened a number of times. Honestly, not surprising. I've been doing plenty of suspicious things, snooping around and taking things that don't belong to me. I am an adventure game player after all. And I can't remember if we've specifically been murdered. We've also died from hunger and or lack of sleep multiple times. Basically, get so tired and hungry you slip on a rock and die, more or less. Val, good to see you. I like that if you make people mad, they just arrest or murder you. Yeah. But last week, so what happened was first I realized I had completely mixed up. There's two keys we found in the game. One is found in the bedroom of a woman named Anita. And I thought that that was a key to the home of a man named Juiced. Because I had noticed on multiple occasions that the door to his house was locked. And then at some point I got that key from Anita's room and found that if I was simply holding the key, it would allow me to go inside his house. But then finally last week, before I get to last week, another thing that kept happening was there were certain situations where the game would tell me the door was locked even though I was holding the key. And I should have realized then that something was going on, but as you might with an old game from 1990 that you're playing in the year 2023, I assumed that there was maybe a bug or just some gameplay mechanic that was not being communicated well to me. I thought that perhaps someone was barring the door, had a deadbolt locked or, something like that. So there was some other reason the game wasn't allowing me to go inside even though I had a key, because it only happened at certain times of the day. Other times I could go in just fine. Last week, I finally realized that that was not the reason I couldn't go inside at certain times. The door is simply unlocked most of the time, and I had the wrong key. There is another key that I found later in the game, near where Juiced's dead body was found, that is the key to his house. And with that key, you can get into his house even when the door is locked. And I had actually done that once before, but I didn't realize what was happening. I happened to have both keys at the time. And the way keys work is a very automatic process. You just have to hold them and they get used automatically. So in my defense, it's very easy to be confused by this. But now that we know which key is the key to his house, we can get into his house at those particularly interesting times of the day. And when I did that at one point, I'm pretty sure that was where we found a diamond. I was trying to remember the exact circumstances of that. But at some point last week, we found a diamond that happened to be the exact same type that a man named Roy wears in, I believe, his right ear. And when we have this diamond, he still has the earring in his ear, but there was also a spare diamond that we found in his room at one point. And, pretty typical for earrings to be sold as a set, right? So it would make sense that he would have a couple. And I went back to... Let's see, I'm trying to remember exactly what I was doing. There was a part of the day where he said that he was sleeping the entire time. And I thought that was most likely false, that he must have gotten up and left his room at one point. So we went in his room at that time. We made sure that the spare diamond was no longer there, and that was the case. And we found a good hiding spot in his room and hid there. And then someone came in and killed me. And that was the end of last week's stream. So it's been hard to keep track of my saves in this game, but I think the save I currently have open is just a little bit before that. I think we'll probably experiment with that situation a little more, but then we'll go back to the beginning and do a new playthrough. I think that's going to be the plan. Snowy, good to see you. I was confused for a second what Val was responding to. The conversation with Unsecret Crush, I think. Let me get some more shout outs here. Solar Streak, of course. And then let's get started on the game. So it is currently January 31st. Okay. Actually, before we do that, here are my notes for the game. It's a lot. This book, I bought this graph paper specially for this game. And then I realized that the backs of the pages have a different size grid than the front, which is kind of a nightmare because I wanted to do, a big thing that goes all the way across. But I've been dealing with it. But basically, we've got mostly people's names and then a couple locations along the top and hours of the day down the side. So I can keep track of where people are throughout the day. And then, there's a monkey statue that does some interesting things at different times of the day. And then we've got just kind of a general column for keeping track of other things that don't fit anywhere else. And the game takes place over basically 2 days. We're on our way to Japan. There's a hurricane. We have to stop at Maupiti Island on the way to stay out of the hurricane's path. And we learn about a woman that's gone missing. And the next day is when the game starts, and we start investigating that. And the major events that happen are at 7 a.m. on February 1st, which is the next day after the first in-game day. Juice's body is found on the pier. I assume that is not something we can prevent. At 10 a.m., someone shoots at Roy and Chris. Roy is the gentleman who wears the diamond earring that seems to be the same type that we found in Juice's house. So the timing of them being shot at is kind of interesting. I didn't even have time to think about this last week, but it seems possible that maybe someone suspects Roy of murdering Juice and is shooting at him. All we know about the gunshot is someone told us that Chris threw Roy to the ground. So it seemed like maybe Chris noticed they were about to be shot at, or, maybe it was Roy in particular that was being aimed at, and Chris was trying to protect him. Another interesting thing about Chris is that he was very recently hired as a sailor on a fishing boat, but he doesn't seem to have much experience with that. He didn't know how to navigate, for example. And then we also found an interesting note in his room that was some sort of mission order written in a way that was kind of difficult to understand. Lots of unfamiliar names and things like Cicerone Procedure, Lady in Black, Manalik orders the merchandise, Agent 0012 in Adina. And then on the day after that, which is the last day of the game, basically, if you don't solve the mystery by 11 p.m. on that second in-game day, you basically get a game over. But on 7 p.m. of that day, another body shows up on South Beach, and it turns out to be Marie, who was the woman that went missing. And there's some suggestion that if we had done our job better, we could have prevented that death. So given that we get a game over shortly after that, I assume that means that we, the player, if we solve the mystery correctly and soon enough, we can, in fact, prevent Marie from dying, or at least get a different outcome in some way. And then the other interesting thing that so far seems completely unrelated to all of that is the monkey statue I mentioned. It's just kind of intriguing. There's water that rises and lowers on a 12-hour cycle. When the water is all the way down, there's like quicksand around the statue, so we can't get close to it. But last week I finally figured out that using binoculars, I can get a closer look at it and see some writing that's on the base of it. And I did my best to write that down. As far as I can tell, there's both a lot of letters missing and it's probably in a different language. But that was my best attempt. It seemed to be backwards. It was in like a black letter font that was not always easy to make out what the letters were. And it was also pretty dark when I was looking at it. I don't know if we could maybe see it at a different time of day to get a clearer image, but that was the best I could do, and I can't really make sense of it at this point. And the other thing about the monkey statue is that at one point, let's see when that is, 5 a.m. So that's 2 hours before Juiced's body is discovered. A strongbox appears in that pond around the monkey statue. We still don't know where it comes from, what's in it, what it has to do with anything, but it seems notable. Let's see. We've also had a number of like minor things of interest. At one point I found a medallion that is like this interesting design. It's kind of like a trapezoid shape. It has a skull embossed on it, and it seems to have like, to me, they almost look like buttons around the edge. The way the game describes it, when we touch them, it seems like they push in somewhat. I can't remember the exact wording of that. And I think it was last week that we were told that both Juiced and Marie wore this type of medallion necklace, which was interesting. We've also had some other things we're trying to investigate. At one point, Juiced seems to attempt to burn a wig in his home, in the stove. He's unsuccessful, so we can find like the remains of that wig. At this point, I have no idea why he would be doing that, but it does seem like he was the one doing it. At some point, someone goes into Marie's bedroom and breaks the glass on a locked bookcase that has glass doors on it. I don't know if that's something we could potentially unlock and get into before it is broken into. I'm assuming that something gets taken from it after it gets broken into, but I really have no idea what at this point. I think that's a pretty good summary of the big stuff we've discovered so far. Nothing else is coming to mind, at least. So at this point, Roy is my number one suspect, given that he seems to have murdered us last week. And even before that, the presence of the diamond. Oh, a thing I didn't mention is when we found that in Juiced's home, I believe that was pretty soon after the dead body was found. I can't remember the exact timing of when we got in there. But when we go in there at that point of the day, his window is open and one pane of glass has been smashed. And this is a window that was previously stuck, so like couldn't be opened. So somebody really wanted to get in there, basically. So having found the diamond, again, I'm not positive exactly where we found it, but I'm pretty sure I found it after I finally figured out how to get into Juiced's house at that time of day. So I feel like it must have been inside his house. Like it was probably just on the ground there. I wish I could remembered more definitively. If anyone in chat does remember that, feel free to remind me. So yeah, I don't know exactly what to do next. Even though I have a pretty good hunch that Roy could be a murderer. Like, just because he murdered me doesn't necessarily mean he murdered Just or Marie. And more importantly, you know, we've learned things through time travel that, you know, we can't really prove in a single continuous playthrough of the game. So, you know, obviously we have the evidence of the diamond, but the game has a lot of interesting mechanics around like debating that I think we probably need to make use of in order to prove something. Like, you can remember basically anything anybody tells you in a numbered slot, and then you can recall that information later. So I imagine we need to make use of that to some degree. There's also a couple of other debating tactics that we can use that we haven't really got into. And I don't know how important they are, like bribing people or giving someone an item. I did finally show some people items, and I guess I did give a couple people an item, but it was kind of hard to tell if that accomplished anything. But showing people things was definitely useful. We learned a decent amount of new info then, that way. Okay, I think that's all the summarizing. So we can go ahead and start playing here. Let me continue with my shout-outs. Give a shout-out to Snowy P next. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. And hello, Culinary Disaster and Grizzleby. Good to see you both. Okay. So like I said, we're going to start by continuing from this save. And let's figure out when in my timeline this is. So this is the 31st. So it's on the first spread here. And it is PM. It's almost 11 PM. So we're right at the bottom here. So this is after Just burned the wig in the stove. And before stream I checked, I do have the diamond in my inventory. Wait. Oh, is that the diamond from the... Oh, right. I remember now. I had a specific thing I wanted to do, which was to obtain both diamonds and then see if Roy still had a diamond in his ear. And I didn't actually get to do that because I died in the process of trying to get into that scenario. So we never actually saw Roy because he basically, somebody snuck up and killed us. Verdantry, good to see you. Had a wonderful, terrible idea for 9:30 p.m. What if I made cookies? I think that's a mostly wonderful idea, personally. But, you know, use your good judgment on whether it's actually a good idea. Yes, as Unsecret Crush says, her family's Christmas cookies, which are a wee bit of an undertaking, haven't even started softening the butter. Butter softening is tricky. Cookies are good at all times. Yeah, the main reason she hasn't done this is because these particular cookies are a lot of work. That is the main obstacle, but they are very good. Okay. Let's play a game. So what are we going to do here? We have this little knot here in the corner is basically items I've stashed in the room. So we have a diamond there. I think that's it. And then I'm holding a key, which I think is the key found in Anita's room, which I don't know now that I understand which key actually goes to Juice's house, I don't know what the key found in Anita's room actually does. It could be a key to her room, which is always open. At least every time I've tried to go in there, it's just been open. Although now that I'm saying that, I'm realizing, well, I also carry around that key most of the time. So maybe I have been in there when it was locked. I guess I wouldn't necessarily know that. But I'm pretty sure that's what this key is. Shit. That's gotta be Anita's key. Otherwise it would have two keys. And I think it's too early to have gotten the other key because Juice is still alive. So we have some time until things start happening. I'm just trying to think of... At 1 a.m., Juice's house is locked, but we can't get in there because we don't have his key until 2 a.m. At 2 a.m., it appears on the pier. And also notably, like, it's clear something that happens at 2 a.m. on the pier. At one point, I tried to hide there so we could see what happens, but I got knocked out for like half an hour. So we weren't able to see what happens. I don't think that's something we can witness firsthand. The game seemed to suggest my hiding spot was good and that I was hidden. I think it's just that there's certain scenarios where even if you're hidden, you will be found. I'm trying to think if there's any other way we could firsthand get more information about what happens there. Like, is there a room where we could look out? There are some of the cabins have windows, but I don't know if they're windows that overlook the pier. That might be worth investigating. There's a lot of other things that happen in this time period coming up. Bob goes into Anita's room. And also he's the one that at 2 a.m. says he heard someone on the pier back by the boats. Anita goes for a walk and sees Juice by his house and describes Juice as having cleared out or cleaned out. I forget which one. So it kind of sounds like he's in a hurry and takes off really quickly when Anita sees him. It's also worth noting, I think the two of them are fairly friendly with each other. Someone visits Sue at 2 a.m. also. It's hard to know if some of these, like, middle of the night visits are necessarily anything important or not. They may not be. But, you know, given this all happens around the time Juice is being murdered, you know, it's hard not to wonder what's going on exactly. And then at 5 a.m., the strongbox appears in the water. I'm trying to remember. I don't have a note about being knocked out while trying to observe that appearing. I think maybe it just kind of appears. Like as though it is washing up from somewhere. The water is low at 4 a.m. and then it rises at 5 a.m. And I know we spent some time trying to like see where that comes from and we're not really gotten anywhere. It's not something we can get out of the water because it's like You know, it's floating out in the water. It's not close enough to the edge, and we don't have any way to like do anything with it. Although I did just think of, we could try looking at it with the binoculars. I don't have the binoculars. Maybe we should go get the binoculars. Let me catch up on chat. I promise we'll actually play the game. Like, this thinking shit through is definitely 100% part of the game, but it is funny that I still haven't, like, gone anywhere yet. Also, time is constantly passing, by the way. It's more of a matter of what time it'll be when I realize I've made a terrible mistake and everything is covered in flour, says on Secret Crush. Yeah. I mean, if you think that's likely to happen, I would say don't do it. Let's consult. Binoculars are in Bruce's room. So that's the fishing boat on the left here. And I think it's the upper room. Oh, he's probably in there asleep right now. We'll find out, I guess. Oh, he's not. Okay. Because I could have consulted my timetable to learn that, but binoculars. Uh-oh, he just got back. Shit.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
If I hadn't talked so much, we would have had plenty of time. I just needed one more second to grab him. Oh well. What you doing?
I don't feel like talking.
Okay. Generally, if we get caught snooping or get caught following someone, they will not be willing to talk to us, which is reasonable. Only have enough butter for a half batch, but that wouldn't leave any to make the icing with. Oh, no. I don't think those pixels are anything, but I'm going to look at them real quick. Okay. Yeah, the key appears over here, I think. And it's not there yet. Okay, so we can't get the binoculars. So that means we can't try to... Well, let's look at Bruce's schedule here. So he's sleeping from basically now until 3 a.m. or so, and then he'll be out on the pier. So at 3 a.m. we could go get the binoculars and get back to the strongbox while it's still there. So I should try to do that. I know at one point we went to Anita's room during the time when we heard Bob was there, and like Bob shows up, Anita's not there. We didn't really get any information out of Bob. It didn't seem like anything important was happening in terms of like the whole mystery situation. So we could maybe try to see who's visiting Sue to see if that is of interest. Oh, right. Let's see if we can get in Juice's house and hide there. Or did I do that already? I think I did that at maybe a different time of day. Oh, it's locked. Okay. We're already too late. So we got to get there. Well, it's not even midnight yet. Okay. Let's try Sue's room then. Let's see. I'm doing my shoutouts all out of order. But that's okay. Let's see. Sue's is this one? I know this is Marie's. The one on the left is locked, which I'd love to figure out how to get in there. But so far we've been unable to. I think I want to say that's Anita's. Let's try this one. Okay, so this is... Okay, so there's communism posters, so this is Anita's, right? Anita's the one that's big on communism. Yes. And there's no key here, so that confirms the key we have is Anita's. Is Sue here? Yes. Okay.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Dronon says, is it locked at this time of day? Are you talking about this room down here? It's locked. Don't tell me if you know otherwise. But as far as I've been able to tell, this door is always locked. I've never tried it and found it to be open. And I checked Juiced's house, if that was what you're referring to. I know that delay can make things a little confusing. For me, at least. There's a cigarette butt that appears on the ground here at some point. I still haven't figured out if that is meaningful at all. I don't know. I don't know if we learned much about who smokes. When does this take place? Do we have a year? Regardless, I feel like the time period, like there's probably a lot of smokers. So I don't know that finding a cigar butt is going to tell us a lot. But you never know. I'm just kind of poking around trying to think of what we can do right now. 1954, thank you. I was pretty sure there was a year, at least in the manual. I couldn't think of an in-game item that would tell me. Maybe the letter in our cabin. So it's almost 1. I guess if someone is going to visit Sue... Okay, here's Bob. Let's talk to Bob. Bob was probably just in Anita's room. Or maybe he's just about to go into Anita's room. One or the other. But whoever goes into Sue's room, we should be able to see outside here if we hang out for a little bit. What you doing?
I was waiting for you.
Right. Why are you waiting for me? Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. I had a note about this that he says he's waiting for me at 1 a.m., which is the time it is right now. But I don't know why he would be waiting for me. And I don't know if there's any way to get more information out of him. Let's ask about his scheduling for the past hour.
I was strolling around.
Okay. Have you noticed anything in the past hour?
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay. What is in this menu? So this is a menu where we unlock different things we can ask about throughout the game, basically by observing different things. Unfortunately, every time I start the game over, like I have to basically do a bunch of things to kind of fill out this menu. And at this point, I haven't been being thorough about what all is necessary, but I'm going to start doing it right now. Let's see. This page is a good one. You can't even ask about Loom. Exactly. I'll just write your opinion on. And then these three at the top are there from the beginning: Marie's enemies, Maupiti, Marie's habits. So I won't bother to write those, but I will add the locked room at the end. And I think most of these are pretty straightforward as to what, like their locked room, we just have to try to open that door, I think, to get it in this list. So I'm not going to bother to make notes on how we've added these things unless it seems necessary to remind myself. Also, I have a little list of the different conditions here, and apparently superb is above great. I didn't even realize that we had gotten superb until I loaded up the game today. There are 20 possible topics. Okay. I've gotten quite a few of them, but there's quite a few that we definitely haven't unlocked. And a lot of them not always at the same time. Bilbo, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Good luck with this game. It looks really cool and also quite difficult. Yeah, it is very challenging. Right now, I'm not sure yet if it is harder or easier than Murder Club, which I just finished a little while ago. That game was another detective mystery game that was very, very challenging and also had some really interesting things going on. But I'm kind of curious how the difficulty between the two will compare. Mostly there's been a lot of, with both games, just kind of getting used to like how the mechanics work and what the game expects me to do. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around a lot of things in this game. But I feel like we're starting to get there. Okay, what do you think of the locked room?
I don't have anything to say about that.
This game certainly has a lot more to keep track of. Like, now that I'm saying that, like I took so many notes for Murder Club, but I don't know. This seems like there's even more to keep track of. With Murder Club, I basically had a printout from the manual for every character in the game. And by the time I was done, that was like a full sheet. Like there were 2 characters on each sheet, and like most of those pages were pretty full. And I don't know, there were probably a dozen pages, if not more. But it was a lot to keep track of. But I feel like this has more. There's a lot of stuff I'm not even like writing down just because it feels like too much. What do you think of Anita?
Tell her to be careful what she says. It's easy to say the wrong thing.
A lot of these things I've asked multiple times. But sometimes it feels like asking a thing again after I have more context for who all these people are and what their deal is. It feels useful to...
Let's talk about something else, okay?
Interesting. Why don't you want to talk about Sue? Why don't we talk about Sue? There's my page on Sue. Oh, right. Here we go. Oh, I don't have much on Sue's page. Just going to write a note that Bob won't talk about her. I think I want to exit out of this conversation because we do want to make sure we don't miss whoever comes through this area to go into Sue's room. For all I know, it is Bob, but I'd like to try to observe that. So it is 1:10, and 2 a.m. is when someone visits Sue. And we can't go in there beforehand because she's sleeping at least according to her, she's sleeping basically from midnight through 7 a.m. Everybody that's sleeping at 7 a.m. gets woken up because Anton comes around and tells everyone that a body's been found on the pier. Fern Tree says, by the way, Space, I highly recommend the game Venba to you and unto your crush. It's only maybe an hour so long, but it's a beautiful little experience. Interesting. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I have seen that game and was intrigued by it. It definitely helps to know that it's not long. I love short games because, I can just enjoy them. And I don't have to figure out, how do I fit this into my life? I can just find a little time to play it and enjoy it and be done. So thank you for letting me know about that. Culinary and culinary both agree. Nice. So we're just going to hang out here for a little bit. And I'll also do some more shout outs. Let's see. I don't think I gave culinary a shout out yet. I'm scrolling up to double check. Let me think about what else we want to do in the meantime here. A classic stakeout, yes. The Haste Detective prepares to miss another meal. Yeah, that's a good thing to bring up briefly. So in this game, you need to sleep and eat. It tries to be pretty realistic in a lot of different ways, and that is one of them. Sleeping is a thing we can do at any time. We just have to go back to our own cabin. That's the only place the game will allow us to sleep, which is fair. And we can just take a nap and improve our condition, which is what you see on the right side here where it says great. If that gets too low, we will basically slip on a rock and die, or, something like that. I can't remember the exact scenario it presents. But that's pretty much what happens. And then you can also eat, which I kind of think the two are basically interchangeable. There's not really a separate, hunger indicator. It seems like whether you eat or sleep, it just improves your condition a little bit. But eating, I managed to eat once. Right before I ate, I heard music outside on this very screen. And then I went inside to the saloon and I chose the eat option. And once finally it let me eat instead of saying meals are not served at this hour. That is the only time I've been able to do this. There's lots of other times where I've heard the music that I thought was indicating a meal time. I rushed inside to the saloon. The music immediately stopped. I tried to eat anyway, and it told me meals are not served at this time. I do remember the one time I did it successfully. The music kept playing while I was choosing the eat option. Okay, Bob is gone, and now we're alone. I think let's poke around a little bit. Let's barge into Anita's room. Anita's not there, so if we go into Anita's room and Bob's not there, we know that he went somewhere else. Wait, I went in the wrong room. This is Sue's room. I was looking for my portraits. When you encounter a character like that, like when you go into their space and go directly to the speaking interface, it doesn't tell you who it is. So I drew everyone's portraits in case I forget who's who, which is especially important because it's a week between every time I play this. But that was Sue. Anita looks like that. Okay. Oh, Bob's not here. Interesting. Where did Bob go then? Oh, he might have gone back to the ship. At 2 a.m. is when he hears someone on the pier, and then he's sleeping for a couple of hours after that. So he already went to meet Anita and was stood up, his words, and then left from there when we ran into him. The game seems much more involved and fleshed out compared to Mortville Manor. I decided to skip Mortville Manor mostly because A Maple Mystery, Julia Minamata, had played that not too long ago. I missed most of the streams, so I would still like to play it myself sometime. But I figured I picked something different, and I don't think there's any like story connection between the games. It's just you're playing as the same detective solving a different mystery. But I did hear a little bit about her experiences playing that, and it sounded pretty interesting. But yeah, I can't compare the two myself, but I'm not surprised that they fleshed things out a little bit more. I'm surprised how complex this is. Like, there's a lot going on and a lot to keep track of. I got nothing better to do right now, so let's go bother Sue again, and I'll...
You again.
Yeah, it's me. So there's this debate menu, which is very interesting. Like, I was just in the ask menu, which is basically just asking questions in a lot of different ways. But this debate menu is really complex. At any time, you can choose various options. Memorize lets you memorize whatever the person just said and then store it in a slot. And then later you can remember any of those memories to basically present it as like calling someone out on a lie, or, you know, something like that, presenting a contradictory statement to try to get a reaction out of them. You can bribe people. We start out with $35. There's some other money to be found. We can give any item we have. We can show any item we have. That's been useful in learning things about different items I've found. You can also just punch somebody. I still haven't tried that. I don't think I would unless I was pretty sure I had found the killer and felt like I needed to do that. I am very curious exactly how that plays out. I don't think she's going to say much. So
I
guess we'll
don't
just
feel
leave.
like talking.
Oh, what? What? Here rests Jerome Lang, private detective, murdered by an unknown coward. May he rest in peace. Did not expect to get murdered in this scenario. Huh. So...
Hello.
Did I get murdered because I was in Sue's room? Or did I get murdered because I went outside and happened to be outside at the right time? I feel like it has to be because I was in Sue's room. Because, you know, I was trying to investigate. Someone goes in there to meet her around 2 a.m., which we were getting close to. And, like, I feel like I have to have spent time outside at Maggie's building during that time period. And I've never gotten murdered just hanging around outside. Another possibility is, for all I know, like, there's some mechanic where if the killer thinks I'm onto them or something, you know, maybe I'll get murdered in certain situations. I don't really know if there might be anything like that going on. That is very interesting, and I'm not sure what to do now. Yeah, the art in this is really good, and like all the scenes change from night to day, and it's not just like, you know, daytime and nighttime version. It's a gradual shift in palette throughout the day. It's really well done. How many channel points to do a punch? You know what? I think I accidentally left. Yeah, I accidentally left coins for Karen available. I don't normally do that for Maupiti Island, but if someone redeems that, I will punch someone and we'll find out what happens. Maybe I'll get killed. Maybe I won't. I'll probably punch Roy though. That seems the most likely to get us a death. Yeah, I did make flushing more expensive. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Unsecret Crash, you've done a lot of damage to the plumbing, and it's getting really expensive to keep up with the repairs, so I did have to raise the price a little. I apologize. But hopefully it also helps you get rid of your coins faster. Hefton, good to see you. Gosh. I don't know if I want to reload, but I think I'm going to. Also, I can't remember. I think that was save slot 4. Yeah. Oh, that was Fton with the flush command. I was very confused where that second flush came from. You upset a coward. I sure did. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any chat here. Derek Ironbutt, I think I missed you coming in. It's good to see you. Oh, you did the hello. I was very absorbed in something when I heard that hello, and I forgot to look at who it was. Connor, leave me alone. It's fine. They're all just numbers. Heck. I would love to figure out more about what just happened. Maybe if I stick to my original plan of just hanging out outside, maybe we can figure out who is going into Sue's room without dying. And maybe that will help me figure out who just murdered me. Maybe. Maybe we'll just get murdered again. I could try hiding outside. That might be worth a shot. Coward is considered name calling, apparently. It's Automod getting upset. I'm not surprised. Let's see. I think... Oh, right. I was trying to get the binoculars. I haven't spent nearly as much time talking just now, so we should be able to do that real quick. Continue. Take. We don't need a sextant or a compass as far as I know. Okay. I'm going to close this. Now that I know there's... What? There's like the game is keeping track of whether or not people distrust me. I feel like maybe I should close things that I've opened up just to make it not so obvious that I've been snooping around. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I'm a little bit inclined to do that now. It was hard to tell previously if that made any difference. I was going to mention this well. I don't know what is going on here, if anything. It's an interesting screen. It's an interesting well. We can't really look in it or investigate it. About the only thing I've found here is there's a coin here. There's a bunch of these single cent coins lying around in different places. And I don't know if they're important in any way. At this point, I'm not bothering to take them because I haven't figured out anything I could do with them. I'm trying to think of if is there anything I could do with the binoculars in the well. I can't think of anything that seems useful. And then this is the pond with the monkey statue. The water is high right now, so we can't see the statue at all. Let's see, we're back at 11:40 p.m. So the water will be low in about 4 hours. And it'll be normal in about an hour. What is this golden kappa emote? All right, sure. Fascinating. Sometimes you can find Gloria's body here. It took me a minute. I assume you're referring to the well, and also making a Colonel's Bequest joke. I had never seen that. I finally saw that in a video the other day. I was trying to remember what video that was. I tried so hard to encounter that situation while I was playing myself, but I never could. Mostly, I couldn't picture an entire body coming up from that relatively small well, but they managed to illustrate it in a way that didn't look completely ridiculous. Nina's stream was blessed with the golden kappa today. It's a special hype train emote. I see. I might have left too early to get a golden kappa of my own, sadly. Okay, what are we going to do here? Let's go back to Maggie's. Oh, Roy's here right now. That's interesting. Oh, I have a note that Roy leaves his room right around 2 a.m. Which is frankly the most suspicious time for him to have left his room. Oh, I do have a note that he's outside Maggie's at this time. And then according to him, he's asleep from midnight until 4 or 5 in the morning. But like I was saying, we went into his room right around 2 a.m. and found him there. Or found it empty, rather. And then someone came in and murdered us. If we can find out... Oh, it's got to be Roy. It's got to be Roy that knocked us out on the pier. I think that makes sense. Okay, so Roy leaves his room and he goes to Sue's room at 2 a.m. I feel like that has to be what he does. And so he's the one that just killed us at 2 a.m. in Sue's room. I think that makes sense. Oh, 2 a.m. is also when the key appears on the pier. So does Roy drop that? The other thing I still haven't figured out is Juiced is basically missing. He's unaccounted for from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. when his body turns up. When we heard that there were noises on the pier at 2 a.m., I figured there was good odds that that is when Juiced's body was dumped off the pier into the water, which I think is still a possibility, but we don't know for sure. It's also possible his body is dumped in the water somewhere else, and that's just where it washes up. But if his body is dumped off the pier at 2 a.m., then probably like, key was in his pocket or whatever. It falls out as his body is being dumped. And that's how it winds up on the pier. So I feel like that is the most likely scenario. But I don't know if the timing works out, because we know Roy is in his room right before 2 a.m. And then I think the key appears right around the same time. So, like, if Roy is leaving his room, going to murder someone, and then bringing the body back and dumping it off the pier, like, that seems like that's going to take a little while, right? To carry all that out. But it seems like a lot of these things are happening very close to the same time. So I don't know what that means exactly. Let's see. Juice's house is locked from... I'm not sure when. I think I have a note about this somewhere. Oh, I did make a note. Found Roy's diamond in Juice's house with the broken window at 2:40 a.m. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm glad I finally remembered to look at my notes. So Roy leaves, maybe goes to Sue's, and then goes to Juice's house. But then leaves sometime before 2:40. I don't know what time exactly I got knocked out at the pier. It was probably, I would guess, as Roy was leaving his room, as opposed to when he comes back. But I'm not positive. There's so much to think about. Six Seven says, I've definitely seen games store data one way and tack on a few more or fewer zeros solely in the UI presentation. Exactly. It's at the beginning of Nina's stream. That makes sense. I did miss the beginning also. You only have it for 24 hours? That's silly. Also realized 2 of the others aren't base 2 as well, so I'm less bothered by now. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm trying to think. 480 and 640? I mean, those are just good screen resolution numbers. I mean, I didn't put a ton of thought into the specific numbers, honestly. Okay, so it's currently 12:30. I think we're just going to continue waiting here and just thinking about stuff and seeing who passes through. You regret bring it up now. It's fine. We had to talk about something while we're waiting around. I can pass time, but it's tricky because it passes an entire half hour, and frequently, like, that's more than I want to do. And like this period of time, like I don't want to miss anything really. I think I have a good idea of what happens in the next half hour, but I could be wrong. Bob should show up soon. I am hearing noises that suggest that Unsecret Crush is making cookies. I had thought your ingredient concerns presented too big of a problem, but I guess I was wrong. What else can we talk about? I got the binoculars, right? So we need to, actually, I should save. Let's save in slot. We'll do 3. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about writing it down. I will forget, but it's okay. Let's see. Let's review my other recent notes. There's a cent coin outside Juice's house, but that seems to be there the entire game. In fact, I think all the coins I found have been confirmed to be there throughout the game, from what I can tell. Which makes me think they're probably not meaningful. There's a match in Marie's room, like on the bottom part of the nightstand. But that is also there throughout the game. Like, it might be some hint as to something that happens when, I was about to say when she is taken from her room, which the scene suggests that she is taken from there. There's a smashed window, but we don't know for sure that that's what happens. Juiced and Marie both had a medallion. Oh, right. We found a bracelet, which we eventually confirmed for multiple people was Anita's, under the dresser in Marie's room. And that's another thing that's there from the start of the game. Or at least, as early as we can get in there and look for it. I don't know that that necessarily means anything. These people all live here. I'm sure they go into each other's rooms occasionally. So, like, someone's bracelet getting lost in another person's room doesn't necessarily seem meaningful. But it does seem like it might mean something in terms of what happened to Marie. Oh, right. Maggie and Anita both said that the burned wig that Juiced was trying to burn, quote, reminds me of something. I don't know if that was supposed to be meaningful. To me, that makes it sound like they maybe recognize it but can't quite place where they saw it. There's an amulet that is actually right here that belongs to Juiced. It's like a shark tooth necklace that is described as an amulet. All right, we're trying to narrow down exactly when Marie's bookcase gets smashed. It's intact at 4 p.m. It happens fairly early the first day, between 4 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. It would be good to narrow that down to like an hour time period at least. I've been trying to do that for like any events that we're not sure on the timing of. Because then we can look at, okay, who is nearby in that time and, start to make some guesses as to who did it. And also, maybe try to see it happen. Like we could try hiding in Marie's room, for example. I probably just end up getting murdered, but, maybe we'll actually see something. It is kind of interesting that I'm getting the impression that you can't directly witness anything that would 100% confirm like who did a certain thing. that, you know, is part of the main mystery you're trying to solve here. Like, we always get knocked out or killed. So we have to figure out who did things in a little bit of an indirect way, either by, you know, keeping track of where people are, catching people in a lie like we did with Roy. Okay, Bob's here now. It's 1 o'clock. I don't think I clicked on this door. Just to add that to our list of things to ask about. Let's talk to Bob a little just to pass the time. Don't want to pass too much time, but...
What do you want?
Why is he waiting for me?
I was waiting for you.
Like, he was supposed to see Anita. He gets, quote, stood up, and he leaves, and then he says he was waiting for me. I don't think I can't think of any reason why he would expect me to be here at this time of day. 1 in the morning. Dick him. Okay. I'll do it. I will save first. Okay, we got the locked room there.
I'm listening.
So I will save, but if this doesn't get me a game over, then I will continue. I will live with the consequences of what I've done. Let's go slot 2. All right, Bob.
You again.
It's me again. What are you going to do about it?
If I get mad, there'll be trouble.
Oh, that's it? I'm going to do it again.
If I get mad, there'll be trouble.
That's it?
If I get
Oh,
mad,
come
there'll
on.
be trouble.
This is probably just going to lead to me getting arrested.
If I get mad, there'll be trouble.
Really? Mac, good to see you. I'm so disappointed. I punched him 4 times. I'm sure that's like drastically lowering that like trust score that's kept track of behind the scenes. But I thought we would get a more immediate effect. I thought his eyes would change slightly. Interesting. Now I'm curious, like, you know, like I've said, Roy's the one I distrust the most. So would I get a different outcome if I punched him? I would love to try it. Let's see. Roy right now is sleeping. We have confirmed that he is sleeping from like midnight until around 2. So that matches up with what he tells us. But then around 2, he leaves his room. And then I'm pretty sure he goes back to his room at some point, although I don't know we've ever confirmed how long he's out of his room for. My guess is like from 2 to 3 or so, but it could be longer than that. Bob's still here. This is currently 1:20. I'm really curious if we're going to see Roy come through here. So let's take a look at the layout of the island while we're waiting. So this is the pier. This is Juice's house up here. And then this is Maggie's down here. Also, this is where South Beach is. I want to say maybe over here, but I'm not positive. North Beach is up here. This is the pond where the monkey statue is. We haven't ever figured out where the well is, but I'm guessing it's near there. I'm trying to think if there's any other locations that aren't included here. But that gives you an idea. So, like, if Roy is leaving the pier at 2 a.m. and going to Juiced's, like, Maggie's where we're at is not on the way at all. So if he's going to see Sue, he's definitely going out of the way. $1:30 now. I'm really curious if we're going to get knocked out or even killed again. Did anyone notice what time it was when I got killed? I'm guessing it was close to 2. Oh, we're beat. That's not great. Shit. Huh. Did getting in a fight affect my health possibly? I wonder if it did. Because, like, we start out this save superb, and beat, like, superb is, like, higher than what you start out at, and beat is, I think, basically close to death. Gosh. I can't. If I leave now, I'll miss the time period we want to observe 100%. So I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope we don't slip and die before then. But I feel like getting in a fight must have affected our health. Because otherwise we wouldn't be all the way down to beat already, I don't think. Like, it's semi-realistic, so, like, it takes like, I would guess maybe a day and a half, definitely more than 24 hours, I think, to go from, good health to, oops, you just slipped and died. Let's review what everyone is up to at this time of day. 2 a.m. So, Juice's house is locked. He maybe is inside his house. I have home ? Under Juiced from 1 a.m. and then down to an unknown time. My guess is that he is home and that's where he is murdered. Given it that, there's clear signs of a break-in. Bob is, we just saw him leaving Anita's room. He is heading back to the pier to get on the boat and go to sleep for a while. Anton is sleeping. He's on watch, according to him, from like 2 to 3, which is actually interesting and worth thinking about. It's not clear to me what on watch means. I don't know if he's like keeping an eye on the boat. Bob and Anton are the two that came with us on the boat that we came in on. And then Bruce, Roy, and Chris are on the fishing boat. So yeah, I don't know if on watch means he's looking over the boat, just in that vicinity. If that is the case, why doesn't he see Roy? I mean, I guess, if he sees Roy leaving, that doesn't necessarily mean Roy's up to something. Bruce is sleeping. Chris is sleeping until 2, and then he goes to the bar at 3. That's also interesting. We're still alone. It's almost 2 now. Okay. Maggie. Oh, okay. Maggie is sleeping from midnight until 7 a.m., but she does notice at 2 a.m. that Sue has a visitor. So this is Maggie's room down here. I think this is Sue's room over here. Okay. But, obviously, it's not unreasonable for her to be woken up by someone outside. 5 minutes to 2. So Sue is sleeping also from midnight to 7 or so. But presumably is woken up by whoever visits her, although we don't know that for sure. Anita is out for a walk right now until... Okay, so it's exactly 2. And I think we just... One hand closed over your mouth, the other brandished a knife. Your eyes blinded by fear, you saw the blade plunge into your body near your heart. Then the blood oozed onto your white suit. You got taken in like a rookie. Ouch. Why didn't I hide? Oh, I talked about hiding, but then I completely forgot. I got too many notes to write down for 2 a.m. I think I'll put this in my book instead of on the calendar. 2 a.m. outside. Maggie's equals death. So at least we've confirmed that now. Being outside at that time leads to our death. Thank you for the oofda. Gasp, your dry cleaning bill. Yeah. Okay. That really didn't get us anything, huh? Let's load that up again. We can do a save that's a little closer now. I think 2 was the last one I made. And it helps that we know it's exactly at 2. So, okay, Bob's here right now. I think if I wait, he'll be gone. And now we can hide. Let's hide in the bushes. No? Let's hide in these bushes. Let's hide up in the tree. Here? Over here? Okay. Apparently over here is a good hiding place. Okay, so now we have 20 minutes to wait, and it'll be 2 a.m. again. I strongly suspect that I will just get killed again. But I think it's worth trying. I think, honestly, I'm maybe having a little difficulty accepting the way the game wants me to play it. Like I really want to observe things firsthand, but I think the game wants me to learn things in other ways. It just, I guess the big thing is they give us this hiding mechanic, right? And it makes sense to try to use that. We have used it a little bit successfully, but most of the time I try to use it to observe something really interesting. We just end up dead. Maybe we'll get lucky this time. Oh, we are doing great now. So yeah, that fight definitely did some damage. Do you want to know what the hiding mechanic is? No, but thank you for asking. I am at this point pretty happy to just kind of experiment and see if I can figure things out. Hide here. Oh no, that sounds fatal. 10 minutes. I think, assuming this doesn't work, I still want to spend some more time like experimenting in this time period. Although it certainly seems like the game is not going to allow me to see wherever, it seems like wherever Juiced's murderer goes, if I'm there, I will get killed or at least knocked out. That seems to be what's happening. So I was thinking, oh, maybe we should go somewhere else and see if we can spot Roy or whoever this person that keeps killing us here, see if we can find them in a different location. But I think probably if we manage to do that, we're just going to get killed again. So even if we're hiding, same death. Taken in like a rookie, even though we were hiding. Good to see you, Adventure Josh. Back on the island solving the mysteries. Trying to, anyway. Mostly we're getting murdered, but we're trying. I'm gonna load up a save at least one more time. Let's see if we can figure out exactly when Roy leaves his room. I think I did a pretty good job of narrowing that down, but I didn't write it down, so I don't know if it's like exactly at 2 a.m. or what. I regret not making a note about that. Is that his room? No, that's Chris.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Pretty sure that's Chris. There's my drawing of Chris. It's maybe one of my worst, but I'm pretty sure that's Chris. It looks about right. Sorry, Chris. Go back to bed. Oh, yeah, and that's definitely... there's the box up there where he has the weird secret agent note. So Roy... This is... Bruce? Yeah, Bruce's room. So Roy is... I can't remember if it's the upper one or the lower one here. Okay, it's not that one. Okay, so he's not here. Game Dev Jeff, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. I mentioned earlier the price has gone up. Y'all have done a little
Hello.
too much damage to the plumbing, and we've had to raise the price to deal with those repairs. Thank you for understanding. You can afford it. Good. I figured. I hope you're doing good. A fetid odor. Right. We talked about this odor, and I wasn't sure if it always says this or if this is something it says at this time. Let's poke through everything and see if we can find a source for this odor. There was some text there that I missed. Comfortable bed for the night. Fishing line. That's all. Nothing special. A sextant. Compass. That's all. A truncheon. Hydrogen peroxide. That's all. A watch. That's all. A razor. A scent. I'm just wondering if there's, like, obviously, like, anyone could have a coin, right? I just wonder if there's meant to be any, like, suggestion of a connection there with the pennies we're finding all over the place. Okay, so nothing in any of those that isn't normally there. The diamond is missing because we already took that earlier. Nothing but words. I'm just trying to search everywhere. There's nothing in his socks. Nothing in his underpants. In life, you have to get your feet wet. Is there... This towel looks nasty. Is that just a pattern, or is that like dirt all over it? You're all wet. Dark as a dungeon in there. Did I search under there? No consequence. Okay. A scent smell. What? Huh. Oh, I can smell specific locations? You're weird. Yeah, I know. I did sniff his underpants. Sorry. It's very funny that the game just says you're weird. What's stinky? I should open these things back up. So we can sniff in them. Missing a sixth sense. Where's this odor coming from? There's got to be some sign of it, right? Oh, that stinks? Feathers. Nothing but feathers. Comfortable bed for the night. So something stinks over here, but I can't figure out a way to get more information about it. Everything seems as usual. Putting yourself out for nothing. The bed springs squeak. Okay, I don't think that's meaningful. That happens everywhere. Oh, the whole bed smells. We can't lift up the bed, or at least if we do, there's nothing weird going on. Damn it. Exactly at 2. Huh. And that's the same death. So this is what I was saying, like, it seems like things are happening at, like, the same time. Like, exactly at 2, we get murdered here or outside Maggie's. I don't know if that's just, like, a little bit of a gameplay quirk, or if there's actually multiple people involved here. Other side of the wall, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that we have any way to be sure about what's on the other side of the wall. Presumably the cabin that's next to it. At times like this, you appreciate Laura 2 narrator. She wouldn't let us smell these things. We don't know where these things have been. Killers at 2 a.m. is your bedtime. Night-night, forever. Yeah. Alright, called out for being a rookie again. I feel like I wanna keep at this. So that room was empty as soon as we went in there. Ah, but he's here now.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Okay. So Roy leaves his room. Pretty soon, I think. It's currently 1:20. My guess is about 1:30. I wish I could wait 10 minutes. But we'll just wait in real life for a couple minutes. Because I would love to narrow this down as close as I can. I think it's probably about 1:30. I wonder if it would be useful to follow Bob when we see him outside Maggie's. Probably not. But maybe. Like, I think he probably just goes back to the pier. And, you know, that's basically going to be the end of it. We could also try following Anita. She's out for a walk. She's in her room until about midnight, and then she goes for a walk. I might have followed her before. I can't remember. I don't think I followed her in terms of like the gameplay mechanic. I think I just went to where she was. Like, I've definitely talked to her outside Juiced's at around 2. Or maybe a little before. Oh, shoot. Okay. I think time was not passing because the menu was active. But then it suddenly passed. Game Dev Jeff, how many Father World endings has Pixel Turkey found now? I've been trying to check the VODs to make sure I don't miss any. I think I've seen 4, maybe? And I wasn't sure if I might have missed one. Four endings, 7 wins. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 1:30 now. Click. Okay, so 1:30 is when he leaves. 1:30 a.m. I'm going to highlight that because that's pretty darn important. I was watching a different streamer play Father World earlier. They had planned to finish the game in about 40 minutes or so. The game had other plans. Wow. Plan to finish in 40 minutes or so. Wow. All right. So what are we doing here? A fetid odor. The bed stinks. We know that. Can we learn anything else? That stinks. I know I opened these all up. I can't remember if I smelled inside everything. We'll do it again. The only other thing I can think of to try is I'm pretty sure we've found knives. I don't know if cutting open the bed would possibly be worthwhile. Like, I wish I had a little more information about the bed smelling. Like, does this just mean, someone, with filthy clothes was lying on the bed recently? It could be all it is. Or does it mean there's a dead body hidden somewhere? Oh, also, yeah, there's a porthole here. So on the other side of the wall is outside the boat. I'm just trying to think maybe there was a dead body in here and that was dumped out through the porthole. Although I would assume right now is when the murder is about to take place. So I don't think the body has been dumped at this point, is at least my guess. Stinky bed. We can't open the bed. Searching the bed doesn't get us anything interesting. I tried sound. Take turn. Winter side, summer side. Okay. Sure. It's light. Okay. The pillow is light. Wait, raise. I've tried raise to try to lift the mattress up. Push just tells us the bed springs squeak. Pillow's soft. Can't open. Okay, I need to get out of here or I'm going to get killed again. And let's see, the key's not here yet. I believe that appears at exactly 2. Let's go. Where's the most interesting place to go? Oh, shit. The cord slowly closed around your neck. You strangled for several long minutes before you stopped breathing, like a rabbit caught in a snare. So what's interesting here is I just got killed on the pier. The first time I was on the pier at 2 a.m., I just got knocked out for a while. To me, this suggests that there is maybe a mechanic where, like, the game is keeping track of progress I'm making, and like maybe because I found the diamond and was snooping around in Roy's room, like, if I get spotted, I'm more likely to get killed than knocked out. Okay, what's next? I feel like that 2 to 3 time period, like, we've done what we can. The next question is, like, do I want to explore the time period after that? After the time where I keep getting killed? Or should we go back to the beginning of the game? You know what? I think I want to investigate that strongbox some more. So let's load our save again. I think I had the binoculars already in this save. The 12th. You know, I haven't been keeping track today. We got to be on like 14 by now. We'll say 14. I've definitely died at least 4 times today. Okay. Got my binoculars. We are going to not be here at 2 a.m. Let's go anywhere else. Let's see if Anita is outside Juiced right now. She is. Let's follow Anita. This might result in me getting killed, but... Oh, right. We can't follow at night because it's too dark. Forgot about that. Okay. Let's talk to Anita real quick. I don't know that there's anything useful to ask her right now.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
What you doing?
I'm taking a walk.
What have you noticed in the past hour?
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Okay.
I was strolling around.
Okay. Something else like murder? Maybe. Okay, I'm pretty sure we can't go in here because it's locked. One thing... I guess if I got murdered in Roy's room at 2 a.m., that suggests he comes back to his room at 2 a.m. So I think if I go to the pier after 2 a.m., I can grab the key there without getting killed. So I'm going to try to do that. So again, I wish I could skip ahead just like 15, 20 minutes. But I really want to get to that key as soon as possible. So we're just going to wait. Let's leave here. I feel like this is a dangerous spot to be. Let's go to North Beach. Did we ever narrow down when the medallion appears? Between 11:45 and 9:45 a.m. So, oh, son of a... Are you kidding me? It's 15, approximately. Show yourself, unknown coward. All right, let's do it again. I couldn't do this all night. All right, so that was North Beach. North Beach at 2 a.m. is also murder time. 2 a.m. North Beach equals death. So my guess is that is also when the medallion appears. I guess we'll try the garden. Let's see if the garden at 2 a.m. is death. We'll wait half an hour. And then we'll wait another 15 minutes. So many dumb ways to die. This message, I don't understand what is the deal with the monkey statue. And I wish to. I hope I make at least a little bit of progress in figuring that out tonight. I also have no idea if investigating the strong box is going to tell us anything about the monkey statue itself. "10 minutes. Let's do a quick prediction. If I can type it fast enough. Okay. Will I die here at 2 a.m.? Yes, no. Submission period, 1 minute. Hopefully I won't die in the next minute. Get your votes in fast. I suppose I will not say what I think the answer to this question is. Ooh, someone just dumped a lot of coins on no. Either very confident or really hoping to unload some coins. Who's to say? Five in-game minutes, which is probably 30 seconds to a minute in real life, I would guess. Still haven't figured out exactly what the equivalent is there. I wonder who that could be. I wonder. Time's almost up. Okay. And It should be 2 a.m. pretty quick here. So we got 91% of coins towards no, but in terms of people, it's split 50-50. My vote is no. I think this is a rare place where we will be safe at 2 a.m. Wow, okay. Huh. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. I see you grin and drone on. Okay, so choose outcome. Will I die here at 2 a.m.? Yes, absolutely. Complete prediction. Congratulations to the winners. So at this point, I'm thinking that I'm going to die no matter where I am outside. Greenhouse. Why am I typing? Why am I writing greenhouse? Why am I saying typing? Garden. Yeah, I really feel like anywhere outside is maybe deadly in this save, at least. I feel like it didn't seem like it was so deadly to be out at 2 a.m. until now. So I can't help but think the choices I've made in this playthrough are maybe affecting this. So I am gonna load again, but we're definitely gonna try something different. So I just want to look over all my options here. So obviously there's a bunch of people's rooms that we could hang out in. Most of them are occupied, or at least a large number of them are occupied. We of course have our own room. Like that seems like the safest bet. Although, I don't know, maybe I'll get murdered there too. We haven't tried the well and the pond, but I feel like if the garden wasn't safe, if North Beach wasn't safe, I can't imagine the well or the pond will be. Same with South Beach. So I feel like somewhere on our own boat is probably the best bet. I am a little bit curious if we would get killed in the hold on our boat. But I think I'm just going to try sleeping. I'm going to go back to our room and try sleeping and see if we get killed in our sleep. Hinton, hello. You're on a bus right now. Probably not my fault. Good. I hope you're enjoying your bus ride. Let's see. We're up to 16 now. Let's go to our room. And hope we don't die there. I'm not, but surely it can't last much longer. You would think so, but in my experience, bus rides can sometimes be quite long. I hope yours is not, if you're not enjoying it. So I'm gonna just straight up sleep. We're doing great, but sleep is a good way to pass time. Interesting. So we're just getting murdered at 2 a.m. no matter what. Thank you for redeeming coins for Karen Hinton. We did just die, but I'll go punch someone else. I accidentally left that redemption enabled, but I said earlier that if anyone redeems it, I will punch someone. I already tried punching Bob. Let's see. Can we go in Roy's room and punch him? Let's find out. He'll be sleeping when we get there. Oh, I might need to go to a different save. Let's see. I think he's still there right now. Is this the same run where you punch someone like 10
This isn't the time
times?
to be bothering people.
That's a great question. I don't remember. No, it's not, because our health is better than it was then. I didn't save after that. Let's punch Roy. Oh!
What would you like to know?
Huh. That is not the reaction. Like, huh. So his eyes change, like he looks, visibly beaten up now. Like we punched him in the eyes. I really didn't expect him to react that way. Like he's like acting like he'll tell me anything I want to know. Like I thought this might lead to my death. I certainly didn't expect that kind of reaction. Yeah, I have definitely intimidated him. So, all right, let's ask questions, I guess. Like I'm kind of curious what he'll say about different things now. Newcomb, welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. We're doing some incorrect interrogation techniques right now. You caught us at a bad moment, but I promise I will reverse time and undo it all soon enough. I will probably get murdered soon. But welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing a game called Maupiti Island. It was originally released in 1990 for the Amiga. And then for MS-DOS and I wanted to say Atari ST the year after in 91. We are, of course, playing the MS-DOS version for December. It is a very challenging detective mystery game with a lot of interesting mechanics. I have tonight, for the first time, been experimenting with a mechanic where you can simply punch someone as a debate tactic whenever you like. Earlier, I tried punching someone and they just got mad. This time, this guy seems willing to talk more so than he was previously, which I honestly wasn't suspecting because we have some strong reasons to suspect this man of wrongdoing, probably murder. But maybe I'm wrong. It's okay. I'm about to wind back time and Dungeon Keeper to get my Horned Reaper back. Nice. Let me get you a shout out here. Hope you had a good stream. Robot is trying for a pacifist run. I mean, I was a little bit previously. I was not going to try the punch mechanic unless it felt necessary to protect myself. But I kind of got talked into it. Or maybe I just talked myself into it. Anyways, so let's see what he's willing to say now. Let's ask him what he's doing.
I was sleeping.
Okay. I mean, I think that's factual. So, um, I've been playing this game for 6 weeks now, so like spoilers if you're interested in playing this yourself. But uh, basically, we've been asked to investigate the disappearance of a woman named Marie. Um, the game covers a time period of basically 2 days. Time passes in real time. At 7 a.m. on the second day, a body turns up near the pier where our boat is docked. And at 7 p.m., another body turns up, and that ends up being the woman that went missing. So at this point in the game, no bodies have turned up, but we believe this is around the time period where Juiced, the man who first gets murdered, we think that happens right around 2 to 3 a.m. At least I do. And inside Juiced's house, we found an earring that is the same type of diamond this guy wears in his ear here. You can see it in his portrait. And a thing I was trying to experiment with last week was what happens if I go into his room and take the spare diamond earring that he has in his room. And I think I've figured that out now. I think what happens is we will always get murdered, so that there's never a scenario where this lovingly drawn pixel art portrait is incorrect. I think that's what's happening here. I have been murdered precisely at 2 a.m. 5 or 6 times now, no matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing. So I kind of think that's what's going on. And I am increasingly convinced that Roy here is the murderer, but also his willingness to cooperate after punching him is kind of throwing me off a little bit. And also, like, we don't have a lot of strong evidence, right? Like, the earring is significant, but, this could be something that was planted by someone else. So it's not definitive. We haven't ever seen him doing anything directly. And really all we have... Well, okay. I should say, he does lie. He tells us that he's sleeping from midnight till 4 or 5 in the morning. But we know he leaves his room at 11:30 and comes back at around 2 a.m. And now I'm wondering if is that a lie I can confront him with in some way. This debate menu has a lot of interesting options, like we can memorize literally any line of dialogue in the game and then bring it up later. But like, I don't know exactly how I would approach this. We could ask him what he's doing between 2 a.m. and, I guess it'd be between 1 and 2. And then we could memorize that. And then we could bring it up later. But what would be the appropriate time to bring that up? It would have to be when he's either doing something or saying something that contradicts that. But I can't. Like, I know from, playing the game and backing up that he will later tell us he was sleeping at this time, that he was definitely not. But obviously, we can't remember that thing that happens in a different save when we restore to an earlier time. And also, like, if we catch him being out of his room at that time, we end up dead or knocked out. So I don't know how to make use of that in this scenario. I'm also not sure what else to ask him about. What do we have in here? The locked room.
I couldn't say.
It seems like having punched him is not making him any more talkative than he normally would be. It seems like it's kind of put him in the same... Like, he's giving the same answers he would if we confronted him normally, like during the daytime when he's not trying to sleep or whatever. He's not really telling us anything new, it doesn't seem like.
Bob's crazy about her.
Time-traveling detective, collecting evidence before it's been created. Yeah, I would love to do that, but alas.
I was sleeping.
So I don't think this is going to get me anywhere. And I do think at this point... Oh, interesting. He's gone. So here's an interesting thing. Let's go get the diamond and put it back in his room here and see if I still get killed at 2 a.m. I do feel pretty strongly that this is the game's way of preventing a situation where it wouldn't make sense to show that portrait. Wait, what? What did I just click on? I clicked on my ship, right? I'm confused what happened there. So if I put the diamond back, does it allow me to live? Let's find out. So this is the diamond. I took it out of his room and stashed it here. Just because I was worried if I carried it around, it might make me more suspicious in some way. I don't know if that's true, but... Oh! I didn't make it in time. Oh well. I want to try that one more time. I'm curious enough to try it. And if this doesn't work, then I will, I think, have no choice but to back up and start over. So this is our 17th life, approximately. It's extremely approximate. It's probably higher than that. Okay, we got plenty of time now. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. Let's see. Okay, so now it's 1:30. He should be out of his room. Where did I find this? I think it was in the drawer. Actually, I guess I don't have any control over where an item is stashed. Let's see if I open this and then drop off. Okay, it goes into the little knot here. Interesting. I feel like this is maybe not going to be recognized as having put the diamond back. But it's the best I can do. Let's go back to my room. Slightly safer than on the pier, but We'll probably still die. Actually, let's go somewhere else just for fun. Let's go down in the hold and see if we die down there. Let's see how many different places we can die today. And I'm just going to wait. Yeah. Okay. Choked to death by a cord again, like a rabbit caught in a snare. Okay. So I think basically this... I've created a timeline where we're always going to die at 2 a.m. And maybe there's a way to solve that, but right now I have no idea what that might be. So we're just going to start over from the beginning this time. But that's fine. Okay. So now it is January 31st at 10 a.m. We just got in the night before. We were on our way to Japan, but there was a hurricane, so we had to stop here at the island to take shelter. And Maggie, a woman that lives here, has told us that Marie has gone missing and asked us to investigate it. We're like I think we're a private investigator. I think that's right. So what do we do first? The first day, before midnight, there's not a lot that happens. This is my notebook where I keep track of the timeline starting at 10 until midnight is basically on the next page here. Also, this page is starting to fall out because I'm flipping back and forth so much. I might have to get some tape at some point. But the things I've highlighted here are the things of particular interest that happen. So at 7 p.m., there's some smoke coming from Juiced's house. And if we go in after that, we can find a wig in his stove that's like half burned. And it seems like he is the one that tried to burn it. We still don't know why that is. And then this highlight down here is, at one point I was in the bar at 11 p.m. and I got knocked out. I still don't know why that is. Generally, if we get knocked out at a certain location at a certain time, it seems to suggest that something interesting is happening in that location. So I might be missing something important there. Who could be there? It could be Bob. I don't particularly suspect Bob, though. I guess it could be Roy. I think Roy is sleeping at midnight, but before midnight he might be awake. Let's see where... Oh, yeah. He is outside Maggie's at around that time. So he might have come from the bar. Bob is also there at that time. But earlier in the day, I'm not sure what there is to look at. Juiced's window is stuck. Oh, right, that's kind of stuck the whole time. Okay, let's... I have so many pages of notes. Let's kind of put together a to-do list for the early in the game. So... get Anita's key is one thing we want to do. We still haven't figured out what that's for, but it seems worth grabbing. Get the binoculars is something we want to do, because we know those are useful. That's a useful item, and that's in Bruce's room. What else? I'm not sure what else we want to do right now. But we'll start with those. Oh, get the money from our room is the first thing we want to do. Get $35. Money, we know we can use money to bribe people. I have not come across a situation where that seems especially useful, but I always try to grab the money at the start here, just so I'm prepared for that. Let's see. I came here. I guess we'll see if Anita's room is empty. I meant to go get the binoculars first. Okay, there's the key. It's in the pocket. Okay. Needed to bribe during that 1 hour window, I'm sure. Okay, so Bruce's room, he's the captain on the fishing boat, so that's this room here. Hopefully he's not in there. Great. And that's in here. Binoculars. Items and inventory in this game are really interesting. We can only hold 6 items at a time. There are a huge number of items in the game, including lots of people have a variety of items that you might find in a normal person's room or whatever. So there's lots of duplicate, there's a bunch of guns. There's a bunch of sextants and compasses to be found on the boats. Things like that. So this isn't a situation like a typical adventure game where you just want to run around and grab everything you can. You have to be smart about what you're grabbing. And I don't know for sure yet, but I also suspect that taking too many things that don't belong to you might be a bad thing that results in you not being trusted and can ultimately lead to a game over. Let's see. So we went there at 11 a.m. Just going to make a note of that. Okay. Now what? So it's almost noon. A bunch of guys will be hanging out at the pier at noon. Bruce seems nervous at 1 a.m. for some reason. Maggie's eyes are red from crying around the same time. I don't know, that comes up a couple different times, early in the first day. I don't know if that's just she's crying because of Marie going missing or what. A bunch of people are at Maggie's. Juiced is specifically eating at Maggie's at 1 p.m. I wonder if that might be a meal time. I know there's somewhere around noon is a meal time, but I don't think I've ever successfully eaten around that time of day. My notes say noon, but I don't know if it's actually correct. I think that was a little bit of a guess. What other items? Let me look at what I have highlighted here. The key on the pier won't appear until later. The medallion doesn't appear. Oh, right. Shoot. Something happens. The bookcase in Marie's room gets broken into early in the game, and I keep missing my opportunity to narrow down that time. So it happens sometime after 4 p.m. and before 8:30 p.m. So that's not an immediate thing we need to investigate, but we do want to keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and go to her room. There is an item in there I think I'm going to grab again, even though I don't know how important it is. So this is Marie's room, the woman that went missing. There's a match down here that seems like it might be of interest, but I don't know why. We get a high-res teacup here, and it says tea for two, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. I mean, there's only a single teacup. There's the match. And then in the aquarium over here, there's some items. Coral, of course. Piece of glass, I assume from the broken window here. And then this stone that has like a skull and crossbones embossed on it is the thing I wanted to grab. I don't know if this is anything important, but we should probably show that to more people. I don't know that I ever showed it to many people. Okay. I'm going to write that down as a thing to do. Stone from Marie's room. Just hang out there until you die. That will narrow it down. Yeah. Oh no, Hinton's on a different bus now. Still probably not your fault. Okay. Thank you for keeping me updated. I hope you're eventually done with bus time. We searched in here pretty thoroughly. I don't think there's anything else we can find. Oh, right. There's a bracelet under here that belongs to Anita. I'm not going to grab it. We know it belongs to Anita. I think having figured that out is good to know. But for now, I don't know that there's any advantage to taking it. The bus could be the result of his bus stop game, though. Could be. When will bus time be done with me? That is really the question, isn't it? Locked, locked, locked. Bob is here. Bob has gone. Oh, it's exactly noon now. Let's see if we can figure out when lunchtime is. I'm going to wait half an hour. Okay. I'm going to wait another half hour. Okay. It's 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. now. I ate at 1 p.m. and there's no music. So the music was not important. Interesting. I thought for sure it was meaningful. Welcome back, Drona. Oh, and I'm doing superb now. That's great. I'm very excited to have eaten. It's an easy way to find this out. It's not much of a spoiler. You know, I don't tell me, but that did just make me think of something. There's a couple things on the wall here. I never tried read on these things on the wall. Interesting. Oh, what are these numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then February 1st, 31st is circled. So that's today, but then February 1st is also circled. I'm not going to bother to write... Oh no, my page came out. I'm not going to bother to write this down because we can look at it at any time. But I'm going to just make a note that there's interesting notes on calendar in bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what's going on here. This looks like moon phases or something. There we go. Rules of the house. Breakfast from 9 to 9:30. Lunch from 1 to 2. Dinner from 8 to 9. Smoking is forbidden in the rooms. Drinks must be paid for at the bar. The owner. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, like I had looked at those, but it didn't occur to me that using the read action, your days and hours are numbered. It didn't occur to me that using the read action would actually let me read them. But I think in my defense, the first time I was in here and spent a good time exploring this area, using the read action would have locked up the game. So it took me a little while to kind of get used to that mechanic. It's a French game, so to them, the week begins on Mondays. I just want to look at the calendar again now that I'm thinking about that. Right. Most of the Sundays are in a different color, including down here, but then these last two are not. I don't know why that would be. I feel like this 1, 2, 3, 4 has to mean something. But at this point, I can't imagine what. Okay. It's now 2:35. So we still have a little time until at 4 we want to start narrowing down when somebody gets into Marie's room. Let's do a save real quick. What can we do in the meantime? We could just wait, but it's worth considering if there's anything else we want to investigate from 2:30 to 4. See, the medallion appears sometime. We could go check for that now. That'll narrow things down a little bit more. Oops. Let's go to the pond, maybe. And then, no, garden? No. Pier. I'm trying to get to North Beach. No? Juice? I think Juice is... Yeah, Juice is towards the north. Okay. Some of the locations, I still don't know exactly where they are relative to everything, so it can be hard to figure out how to get to an area that's, you know, too far away to appear in the list. Okay, so at some point, a medallion appears in here. I'm guessing it appears after Juiced is killed. but it will be useful to know for sure what time it appears there. So it's after 2:35 p.m. Oh, 11:45 p.m. Okay, so I already narrowed it down further than this. I thought that was a.m. Marie's bookcase is 4 to 8:30. We know the key on the pier appears at... What? My notes say 2 p.m. on the 31st? That can't be right. It's 2 a.m., isn't it? On the 1st. Sometimes I write things down wrong, and it does not help. There's definitely not a key here. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be 2 a.m. on the 1st. Like, I think I even wrote that down correctly elsewhere. Key appears 2 a.m. Yeah. The wig is at 7 on the first day. Oh, this note says it's there as early as 6:20? Oh, that's 6:20 a.m. the next day. Okay, so that was when I found it much later. I'm just going to cross that off. There's a ring in Sue's room in like a flower pot. I wonder if we should grab that so we can ask people about it. It's not a bad idea. Dronan says tiny cultural differences, like European games that have a safe combo disguised as a date. They do month day or day month the other way around than the US. This game does not have safes requiring date combos. That's good to know. Yeah, dates can go a lot of different ways. In the US, like the kind of standard is month, day, year. But not always a safe assumption. Like I tend to write dates year, month, day. But that's just a habit I've gotten into, because if you're labeling files that way, then they will get sorted in the correct order. So that's really handy, and it's just like it's a more sensible format, honestly. That's not what it meant. Let's go to Maggie's, because you're a programmer. Yeah. I am gonna occasionally check this door. Why can I never remember which is Sue's? This one's Sue's? Yes. There's the ring. It's in the pocket. Actually, now that I've grabbed this, I feel like I showed this to Sue, maybe, and she was like, oh, where'd you find that? I've been looking all over for it. I could be mixing that up with a different item, though. Oh, there's Sue now. Let's talk to her. Let's show her the ring I just took from her room. Hopefully, I won't regret that. Actually, let's ask her about the key.
That belongs to Anita.
Okay. We know it's Anita's key. I mean, we took it from her room, but we don't know what it's for, definitively. Let's ask her about this stone. Okay. For some reason, it always happens with that line of dialogue, but she just says, I actually have the screenshot saved on my desktop here. I would like to help you, but I don't have anything special to tell you about that thing. A very generic and not helpful response. And then the ring.
Where did you dig that up? I couldn't find it anywhere.
It's funny that she says dig, since we did specifically find it in the dirt of a flower pot. So I'm going to give that to her. Oops, went right past it.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
I love the primitive text-to-speech for the dialogue. Mortville Manor had the same thing going on, but there weren't captions. Oh, I did not know that. I know it did the text-to-speech thing, but oof. Yeah, I'm glad this has captions. Like, I can pretty much understand what they're saying, but I think there are definitely things I would struggle with if it weren't for the captions. Let's look at if we've unlocked anything in this menu here. The locked room is all we have. Okay. I think if we go investigate the bookcase in Marie's room, there's some way to get that as an item. I don't know if we have to look at it after it's been broken into or if we can get it beforehand. Let's see if we can open it. It's locked. Look at... Oh, Bob was in there. What are you doing in there, Bob? So, shoot, what time is it? What are you doing?
I was looking for clues about Marie's death.
Okay, I am going to remember that, sir. It's not completely unreasonable to assume that Marie is dead, but we definitely don't know that at this point. Like, she's gone missing. I don't think anyone at this point in the game has suggested that anyone has been killed or otherwise dead. So let's see. I'm going to need to make a note about this after I leave this conversation because... Oh, I do want to write down... Bob looking for clues on Marie's death. Huh. What do you think about the locked room?
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. You noticed anything recently? Okay, it's 4 to 5 right now.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Is there anything else useful? Oh, right, show.
I couldn't say.
Does it know anything about the key? What about the stone?
Don't you have something else to show me?
Such a weird response. Okay, that's all I have right now. Oh, right, because we gave the ring back to
I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, so it's 5:05 right now, and he's gone. Okay, so this is still intact at 5. So basically every half hour or hour we want to come back in here, or I'm going to save right now in slot 1. I might want to hide and wait and see if we can observe anything here. Even though I feel like it's extremely good odds. Okay, I've hidden under the bed. Let's try waiting a little bit. Oh, music. Exciting. Hinton says, good news, I'm on a bus. I'm not on a bus. Congratulations, Hinton. Who are we accusing of being a programmer? Me. I was accused of being a programmer because I prefer to write dates in year, month, day order. Yeah, I agree it is fair. Okay, so it's 5:45 now, and it's still not broken. I'm gonna wait again. That was a nice little transition. It's now 6:15, and it's still not broken. Let's wait again. I knew it. Oh, killed. I thought we might just get knocked out, but we were killed. So whatever's going on there is important. And I think it's probably at 6:30 p.m. when it happens. Let's see. Oh, 7 is when the smoke comes from Juiced's house. I can't help but think there's some connection there. Because that happened so soon after this. Marie's bookcase broken into at 6:30. Okay, another death. And what are we up to now? 19? 19. Okay, we're gonna load from our last save, and good luck and much progress, but I'm off to bed. Sounds good, 6-7. Hope you sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. I should actually take a break. I'm just trying to think. Do I want to actually let time pass while I'm taking a break? I think I will. I'm going to hang out outside here and let time pass. I will be back in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, I have returned. Hinton says, why is Mac trying to update software? Did Robot hack me with another hyperstack? I was posting, somebody asked about hypercard viruses, if there were any hypercard viruses on my Sunday stream where I was working on a game I made in hypercard when I was 12. And I looked it up after the stream was over, and it turns out there were. Wikipedia has a list of the more notable ones. There were about 7, I think. And it turns out, I did not know this, but in HyperCard, I'm taping my notebook back together because the pages tear out a little too easily. But it turns out that HyperCard can, first of all, it can run a script that is from one stack, which is basically like a application kind of, after you've opened a different stack. So like it's like you're like opening a different app and then telling that app to run this script. Chris is here at 6. Is that notable? And then you can also have a script that adds a script to another stack. So you can just do almost anything in HyperCard, and like they clearly didn't have any concerns over anyone doing anything malicious. So yes, there are absolutely HyperCard viruses. But no, Hinton, I did not update your Mac with a HyperCard virus this time. It seems like most of the HyperCard viruses didn't really do that much, even though they probably could have done some significant damage if someone really put the effort into it. You can also have HyperCard like write text to an arbitrary file without any sort of like user confirmation at all, which is wild. Okay, my pages are taped back together. Dronon says, as I'm gradually trying to figure out game details to eventually write a guide, I'm trying to get in touch with the French game fans. Still struggling to open an account on a possibly dead online message forum. Interesting. I wish you luck. Okay, so 6:05 and Chris is still here. Just add that to my notes. Silverstreak says, I've been lurking as I read some TTRPG stuff while watching the investigation, but now I must vanish for the night. Man, I can't type tonight. Hit enter like 3 times. No worries. Thanks for hanging out, Silver. And I hope you get some good rest. HyperCard is basically arbitrary code execution paradise. It certainly seems that way. Okay. What was I going to do? Oh, right. We wanted to try to figure out, is it Chris that goes into Marie's room? Regardless, we're going to hang out here and see who comes past to get a better idea of who is going into Marie's room at 6:30 and then breaking into that bookcase. And we're just going to have to wait. If I do the wait command, we'll go right past that time. So that's no good. Oh, I did have one of Unsecret Crush's cookies during break, and it was very good. They're very good cookies. I don't know that I can describe them. but they're little round cookies. Um, they're very soft. Um, they're a little bit like the cookie part is like a little bit like a sugar cookie. Um, the icing is made with the liquid from a jar of maraschino cherries, and the icing is really what makes it great. I had to scale down the recipe for the amount of butter I had available, and I maybe didn't use enough almond extract. Yeah, the almond extract is also a very important component, really. Like, that's one of the key flavors, I think. I think they're most similar to a butter cookie. Okay. Ten more minutes in game time. Let's see. Which thing on my watch does what I want? I don't know. That's a timer. That's not what we want. Okay, I think this is the right one. See, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I guess we got to wait until when it hits 6:30, I'll press the button to start my timer. And then when it ticks over again, I'll stop the timer and we'll see how much real time has elapsed. This will be useful to know at some point. I wish I had known it already. Multiple times. Though it will be annoying if I get killed again at 6:30. I feel like 5 minutes in game is probably about a minute. Hinton asks, while we're waiting, who here likes delicious snacks? Colin says me. Hinton says same. My aunt was a home ec teacher, and I believe the recipe came from a student. Your great aunt. Interesting. I don't know that I've ever heard that detail. I've had 2 cookies, and I think I'm getting old because they're maybe too sweet. Oh, no. So, did Chris leave here at exactly 6:30? That's a little suspicious. Is it possible? Oh, yeah, it was about 1 minute. Sorry, I got something in my mouth. So yeah, 1 minute real time is about 5 minutes game time. I was just thinking, I couldn't tell you why, but initially I didn't suspect Chris. But maybe I do, actually, the more I think about it. I mean, the note and photo we find in his room, suggests he's up to something. He's not just a fisherman. He's up to something. It's just a question of whether he's up to something good or bad, I guess. But I couldn't tell you why, but I kind of assumed it was not something bad necessarily. But now I'm thinking, he's walking with Roy at one point and they got shot at and he tries to protect Roy, which could suggest that they're working together. In some capacity. So that's something to consider. Just for the record, I also like delicious snacks. Sure, you were at least present when that story was told once or twice. Yeah, that's probably true. That's fair. How long is 69 minutes? 69 minutes in game would be 13.8 minutes in real life. Need to eat chips to counterbalance the cookies. I mean, if you must. Or he's undercover or something. Yeah, that was kind of my initial thought, is like, you know, he didn't quite give off cop vibes, but, you know, some sort of like secret agent type of person for some government, which, you know, is still possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's a good guy, right? No, culinary, we have not had DOS break. I decided that there's simply not enough hours in December, and that we just focus on the main games for a little bit, especially since I've had to do I can't do the 6 or 7 hour streams that I used to, but DOS break will return in time. Apologies. Oh, Derek Ironbutt says delicious snacks are gross. Give me disgusting snacks any day. That is a hot take. Hinton says, I have to make delicious meal now. Good luck timing how long time takes, everyone. Thank you, Hinton. I hope you enjoy your delicious meal. Okay. What are we going to do now? So it's 10 minutes to 7. 7 is when we'll start seeing smoke. Well, when smoke starts coming out of Juice's house. We can't actually see it in the game from what I can tell. And we can't get in there until later. I think right at 7 his house is locked, but then later it's unlocked again. 11 p.m. is when I got knocked out at the bar one time. Oh, yeah, this is the thing we should keep hanging out here until we see somebody come back through here. We should at least wait, I think, another hour to see if somebody else comes through here. Like, especially if we see Chris come back into this area. That would be very good to know. I don't know. I mean, it's a little goofy, right? Because, like, if we were standing out here in real life, we could see where Chris went if he went in Marie's room or if he went in any of these rooms. But the game doesn't give us that information unless we, like, use the follow mechanic or whatever. Which I maybe could have done, but Chris is very good at spotting us, and at least he seems to be. And I think if we followed whoever went in Marie's room, we would definitely get spotted, if not killed. So that's not worth trying to do. You can't do a wait until something happens. No. I think, like, certain things, like certainly if we get knocked out or murdered, that will interrupt our waiting. But if people are just passing through, like, it'll skip a half hour and we won't know if somebody, you know, passed through quickly in that time period. And, like, people move around quite a bit even within an hour. So it's definitely possible to miss stuff that way. We're still alone. Maple Mystery gave me a shout out while I was on break, so I'm going to give her a shout out too. I'm sure most of you are already following her, but if you're not, her streams are fantastic. She does starts off with doing pixel art for the game she's been working on, the Crimson Diamond, which is inspired by the Colonel's Bequest, one of my most anticipated games. Very, very excited for it. And then the second half of her stream, she usually plays an EGA game specifically. some streams are music streams where Dan the band works on music for the game, which is also very cool. We're still alone. It's 7:10 now. I do think there's a decent possibility we won't see anyone come back through here for a while. So if we wanted to wait until 7:30, 20 minutes from now, that would take 4 minutes of real time. I don't know that I really want to wait around that long. I do a little bit regret not following Chris just to see what happens. Let's see. Let's think about what else coming up we want to watch out for. So the wig gets burned in the stove at 7 p.m. That's like basically already happened. At 11 p.m. is when I get knocked out at the bar if I'm in there. At least that happened one time. So I feel like something interesting is happening at the bar just before midnight. And we do know that Roy was outside in this area where we are at 11 p.m. at that same time period. Let's see, Bob was also there. So I definitely think that's worth observing more to see who is coming through there. And then at midnight is getting back into that whole time period we were looking at earlier. I would like to, sometime in the next hour, get to the 5 a.m. when the strongbox appears in the pond and see if we can see anything with the binoculars we nabbed. Stampede, hello. Is this not really nice graphics for 91? Yeah, like I think it's great graphics for 2023 if you ask me. But yeah, definitely looks fantastic. Really love the visual style. Like all the art is very well done. I love how we get to see everything in like a number of different color palettes, all of which are just very striking. Great looking game. So still no one coming through here. I can't decide how long I want to wait. Actually, let's save. Let's save in slot 2. And let's go in Marie's room and see if that bookcase is broken now. Oh, Chris just came back out. Okay. Let's talk to Chris. I feel like it has to be Chris that was in there. Let's see. So 7:30. Maggie's. And I'm just going to write a note. Marie's room? Question mark. I feel like it has to have been him going in there, which means that he's the one that killed me that last time. What you up to, buddy? That's not what I meant, but let's ask him about the locked room anyway.
I don't have anything to say about that.
That's what I thought. What are you doing?
I was with Sue.
Hmm. I'm going to remember that. Mizroy, thank you so much for that sub. 10 whole months. Oh my gosh. I appreciate all your support very much. Maupiti, mo problems, indeed. We certainly have a lot of problems here. I've died so many times tonight, I cannot keep count. Hope your streams have been going great. Oh, you're familiar with Dronon. Great. Wonderful. Dronon's been joining us for the past few Maupiti Island streams. A big fan of the game and working on writing a guide to the game in English. Sue is actually Sue's name. It's not a pseudonym. Very good. So Chris said he was with Sue. At, let's see, we'll just say 7 p.m. on the 31st. Okay. Let's ask about his scheduling.
I was relaxing.
Relaxing from 6 to 7. What about 5 to 6?
I was repairing the damage to the bamboo.
Okay. Chris. Oh, bamboo's hold. We already have a note about that. Okay. Relaxing, whatever that means. Did you notice anything from 6 to 7?
Bob was at Anita's. They had a big fight. Things got broken.
Okay, that's new information. Bob, from 6 to 7, at Anita's, had a big fight. Things broken. And that's according to Chris. We'll put that under Anita's timeline also. Fight with Bob. Chris. So I wonder... I'm sure I've been in her room both before and after that time period, but I don't think I've ever noticed anything different in there. But if things got broken, that suggests there's something we could observe. First met a few years back in a La Mulana stream. Nice. Amusingly, he mentioned something about doing a walkthrough for a streamer, and I was like, well, either you mean Robot Spacer or there's two people playing this immensely obscure game on Twitch. Walkthrough for Maupiti Island. Nice. It's definitely not a game I've seen people play ever. Though I'm sure it happens from time to time. Drona's mentioning a patch. Yeah, have a link. Oop, that's not quite right. Patch. There's the link to that info there. All that I got from other places, but it was hard to dig up, so I wanted to kind of compile all the info, both like how to manually patch the bug if you want to do so, and then just a quick download if you want to just in the easiest way possible, solve the issue. And tried to link to everyone that I got information from. Repeat. Okay, that just I always forget about this button. It just repeats the last line of dialogue, whatever it was. Do we have anything new in here? No. Let's ask about both Bob and Anita, I suppose, just to see what he says.
I couldn't say. I heard that she was a real revolutionary.
Okay. Connor says, massive respect to anyone confident enough to stream La Mulana. Interesting. I don't know very much about the game. I'm trying to think. Okay. I've definitely seen it before, but like probably just on GOG or something. I don't know if I've seen anyone play it. Fairly difficult, I take it. Unsecret Crush says, who's got 2 thumbs and won the 50-50 on Genshin 2 banners in a row? Nice. Ended up being unable to wait to stream my wishes. Oops. Oh well, at least it worked out. Congrats. Ms. Ray says, indeed, I streamed both, but I'd also watched several videos, so definitely wasn't blind. Got it. All right, let's quit talking to Chris. And I think we pretty much confirmed. Like, we're pretty sure this has been broken into already, right? Yeah. So that happens. Well, I already wrote down 6:30. I think that is a pretty accurate time. And I'm pretty sure it was Chris. Because I don't see who else it could have been. But what does that mean? At this point, I suspect that Chris and Roy are working together. But, well, no, I don't know that I suspect that. I do suspect that they're not to be trusted. I think it might be a mealtime. We're doing great, but if we can get meal, let's get meal. The music stopped, which is terribly rude, but we learned that 8 to 9 is mealtime, so we should be able to eat. Nice. Ooh, Juice popped in briefly there. Oh, right. We're getting close to a time. All right. We knew Juiced Marie and Anita were all here at 9. We're getting close to a time where I got knocked out in the bar, which is just in the back here at 11. So I think we'll save here and then wait around to see who comes through. We don't want to wait that whole time. So let's. Oh, nice, more music. Maggie, Sue, and Anita are here at 9:40. Not the bar, the saloon. Let's see. Do I have anything? Let's ask all three of them about the stone. I don't think it's going to get me anywhere, but I'm going to do it anyway.
You need me for something, love.
Mizrae says, take good notes is the only unsolicited hint I ever give for La Mulana. I will keep that in mind if I ever play it. You know me, I'm always forgetting to take notes. Let's show... We'll see what she says about Anita's key. Oh, she doesn't know anything about it. That's interesting. That's a weirdly broken line of dialogue, but it's basically saying that she doesn't know anything about it.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay. I guess we'll go ahead and ask a couple basic questions, like, what are you doing?
I'm working.
Working. Fair. What have you noticed in the past hour, from 8 to 9?
Just moved to a different place at the table when Chris sat down beside him.
Oh. Actually, this is more up here. What? Okay, so Juice doesn't trust Chris, which I feel like at this point makes sense. Some bad blood between those two. Yeah, it seems like. And this is right after Juiced burned the wig in his stove, which we still don't understand. We don't know where the wig comes from. We don't know why it was used. Presumably it was used as a disguise by someone, and then Juice is trying to destroy evidence of that. But that's like such a vague thing, right? Okay. What about the hour before that?
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
What do you think of Juiced?
One of the innocent. Life has been cruel to him.
Interesting. We've gotten similar kind of comments, like that, basically saying that Juiced is a good guy that wouldn't hurt anyone. But that particular phrase has not come up before. Repeat that, please.
One of the innocent. Life has been cruel to him.
And it's not going to improve, unfortunately. Okay. Res Mason, good to see you. Tomo arigato spacer roboto. I hope you are doing well. Okay. Let's talk to the other two if they're still here. Okay. Oh, we should make a note that Maggie is the one that said that.
Are you coming, dear?
I feel like I already showed these things to her, but I'll do it anyway.
That belongs to Anita.
Sure. And I don't think she said anything. Nobody said anything about this stone.
I'm listening.
I'm listening. Okay, interesting. What are you doing? Working?
I'm working.
Ms. Ray says, thank you very much, Spacer Roboto, for playing the game. Nobody wants to. I'm happy to. I'm happy to provide this service. It's definitely a challenging game. I'm curious. I was going to say I don't know that if I would enjoy it as much by myself, but I feel like I probably would. But I definitely feel like having you all to chat with as I play through it, and just kind of, even if I don't want any suggestions back, like it helps to be able to like talk through things out loud. And all of that. Like it's more fun to play a difficult game on stream. Like things that would frustrate me playing by myself just kind of feel like more of a part of the experience. And
I'm listening.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Let's talk about something else, okay?
Let's talk to Anita instead. Res Mason says, a week ago I bought a Bundaberg. I've invented a drinking game for your stream. The game is every time you sip your Bundaberg, sip a Bundaberg. Nice. Also, not sponsored, but anytime Bundaberg. Okay, Anita. I'm not going to show the key to Anita because it's her key and I want to hold on to it. And I don't want to get in trouble. But I will show her the stone.
That doesn't mean anything to me. Okay.
I kept missing your stream, so I just drank it. Down the hatch. Good. I don't know why I said that she's working.
I'm working.
I knew that. What have you noticed? Oh, I didn't look at the broken bookcase. I should have done that.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay. Let's go do that real quick. I think that will add it as a list of things we can ask people about. Didn't really get any description there, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure one way or another that shows up as a thing we can ask people about.
You need me for something, love.
What's your opinion on... There we go. Marie's bookshelf.
There were only books everywhere.
Okay. Okay, so it's 10:15, and Maggie is still here. But Sue and Anita have left. Sue is in her room now. Probably Anita is also, but I haven't confirmed that. We're going to hang out here for a little bit. So it's 10:15, and 11 is when I got knocked out at the bar. So we want to see who comes through here in the next hour. Let's go ahead and pass some time. Sue is here now. And it's, excuse me, 11:15. This feels risky, but I'm going to go back here real quick and see if there's anyone there. Roy is here. Interesting. Okay, we're just gonna wait a few minutes of real time here. Yeah, this game has it has more music than a lot of older DOS games, but it's still not a lot. There's a lot of quiet time, unfortunately. But the music it has, it's pretty good. The game is gorgeous. Even loitering around a dock at 4 a.m. is picturesque. And then that robot voice just sucker punches you and drags you onto a boat. I don't mind the robot voice, but it is a little Oh, okay. So we get knocked out here as well. You received a sudden and violent shock to the back of the head that left you half unconscious. In your semi-conscious state, you had the feeling that someone dragged you by the feet. You wake up half an hour later with a blinding migraine. Oh, dragged to the garden. That's interesting. Okay. So, definitely something interesting is going on there. And we know Roy is in the area. But I still don't know how. I don't know how to like get from, I know something interesting is going on here with probably one person in particular, maybe a couple of people, to like actually having definitive evidence of that, especially like within the game world, right? Like there's a lot of things I feel pretty sure about myself, but I can only be as confident as I am about those things because I'm, able to replay the game. So like it seems like at some point we're going to need to have real evidence of certain things within the game, and I'm struggling to get to how we do that in a lot of cases. Certainly things we find like the diamond in Juiced House, like that's pretty good evidence, but it's still not definitive. But let's continue forward in time. Okay, so it's now 20 minutes to midnight. Let's go back to Maggie's and see who's outside here. Roy. Fucking Roy. Let's see who's inside right now. Nobody. Maggie's back here. Just occurred to me to wonder if this might ever change. Okay, let's check this door again. It's locked. Bruce and Bob are here now. It's midnight and Bruce and Bob are here. Outside Maggie's. Bob goes into Anita's room. So we're getting close to 2 a.m. But at least since we didn't take Roy's diamond, I don't think we'll die this time. Oh man, I should have investigated Roy's room earlier in the day to see if his bed was stinky before then. It would be interesting to know when his bed becomes stinky. I feel like it's not always like that, but I'm not positive. Also, now that we can live past 2 a.m., presumably, we want to get the key that shows up there. We're at not bad. This might be a good time to take a little bit of a nap. So let's go do that. I like to think the thing it says in quotes when you enter a scene is what the artist titled that work. A lot of them seem like references to like films or whatever. For the most part, they're not super familiar to me, but I think some other folks recognized a couple of them. All right. I can't remember. I kept talking about checking out the hold later in the game, and I think I finally did that and didn't see anything different, but I don't remember for sure. I want to know when Roy's bed becomes stinky is not a phrase I expected to hear on this stream. Yeah, sometimes I end up saying a weird thing. It's fine, don't worry about it. Earlier we were smelling Roy's underpants. It just happened. Don't worry about it. 1:20. We probably don't want to sleep any longer than that. We're doing great now, so let's leave. We don't want to be at the pier at 2 a.m. because we'll get knocked out. Where would be a good spot to hang? I wonder what happens if I just hang out in the corridor here. Actually, let's go down here. Hang out down here. And then we're going to wait half an hour. So it's 2 now. And we're going to go into the corridor. Is that pixel always there? It probably is, but it does stand out. Okay. I would like to let 5 minutes pass. Let 5 minutes pass so we're not on the pier exactly at 2. Riz Mason asks, so is there an in-universe explanation for why you get snuck up on and knocked out so consistently? I mean, that happens when we're in a place where we know as a time-traveling game player that something pivotal, that something important is happening related to the mystery. So it makes sense that, you know, whoever is doing those things, you know, is going to be on the lookout for anyone that's trying to, you know, spot them or stop them or whatever. So I feel like it makes sense. You could argue that it makes a little bit less sense if we're hiding somewhere that we always get spotted, but okay, there's the key right there. But presumably our hiding spots are not perfect. Okay, so now we have the key to Juiced's house at 2:10. And we'll go ahead and go in there immediately. Okay, so the window's open, it's been broken, and then I think this is the diamond here. A clue. It's in the pocket, a diamond. There's another pixel here that's a little bit out of place. Okay, it's not anything. And then we didn't bother to grab it earlier, but the wig is in here. Whoops. Take that. Our inventory is completely full now. We can drop some things off in our cabin. I think I did a pretty good search of this area at this point in time already and didn't find anything else. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, so it's now 2:35. Roy has gone back to sleep. Chris. Chris is probably at the bar right now. Yeah, we don't need save 4 anymore. We're done with that timeline. Let's go see what Chris is up to. Now that we're a little less trusting of him, I want to keep an eye on him a little better. Okay, so he is here, right at 3. That was already in my notes.
What for?
Do I have anything worth showing? My new key. I don't know which one this is.
I couldn't say.
Well, we know the new key is to Juiced House.
I couldn't say. Roy wears a diamond like that in his right ear.
He sure does. All right, what's your opinion on... Oh, I should update my list of unlockable topics. Marie's bookshelf. Still only 2. Yeah, like I know the monkey statue, the strongbox are things that get added in there. This is not a good time for a software update. I'm a little bit busy using that software right now. Let's see what he says about Marie's bookshelf.
I'm like you, this bookshelf intrigues me.
Yeah, enough to break into it, maybe? Let's ask what he's doing.
I'm having a drink.
Okay. Have you noticed anything interesting in the past hour?
I couldn't sleep.
Couldn't sleep. So, according to my notes, he was sleeping from midnight till like 1 or 2, allegedly. I think that's according to him. So that's not something I've confirmed. Let's ask about the hour before, 1 to 2.
I was sleeping.
Okay. Okay. So I want to investigate the strongbox at 5 a.m. What can we do until then? I suppose we could go rest a little more. That's not a bad idea. Anton is supposedly on watch right now. Let's see if we can figure out what that means exactly. So he's not out here. Let's see. Anton is on our boat. Which room is his? Okay. Huh. Was that shirt always there? Let's poke around here a little bit. Don't wash your dirty laundry in public. Pen holder for a scribbler. There's another penny. Mirror, mirror on the wall? Now you're just saying things. Mother, I love you. Okay. All right, let's open some things up and search. Huh, it said this is already open? It doesn't look open. Cards. $3. That's all. Eraser. That's all. So this, we think, is Anton's cabin. Knife. Let's take... Oh, I don't have enough room for a knife right now. Chloroform. Okay, let's drop off some stuff in my room and then get that knife. I still want to figure out what's so stinky in Roy's room. It just seems like there's got to be something I'm missing there. So let's see. Let's drop off the stone for now. And I guess the diamond. I think the rest of that I want to hold on to for the time being. Socks, just the sock smell. It could be. Have you ever tried clicking on Not Bad? Yeah. I'm familiar with this text. I don't understand it yet, and I don't think I want an explanation for it yet. I'm hoping it'll start to make sense to me at some point. It's weird. I don't quite get it, but we'll get there. Let's see, where was the knife? Oh, it was in that cabinet, right? Let's close these things just to be cautious. Close. Okay, take the knife. Chloroform. Close that. All right, let's get out of here. It's weird, yeah, redacted. Wait, let's see. Before I go in here, I think Bob is in there sleeping, so we'll leave Bob alone. I should probably click on that more often just to kind of help me spot the pattern. So I'm going to go rest for a little bit now, I think. It's currently 4 a.m. So I think this is a decent time to rest for an hour. Well, shit. Yeah, that's fine. No, we're still not bad? Oh well. Could be worse. Alright, let's go straight to the pond. And there's the strongbox. So we're going to look at it. A strongbox. I guess, well, let's make sure the binoculars are active. I guess the water is not low enough to see the writing on the monkey statue. And there's nothing on the strongbox that we can read. Anton looks at the strongbox floating in the middle of the pond. He is astonished. Interesting. Why is he astonished? Let's talk to him. So let's see. Anton is at the pond. He goes to the pier after this. He was at Maggie's before this. Oh, right. And he's the one that said he was on watch from 2 to 3, and we couldn't figure out what that meant exactly. He didn't seem to be on our boat or on the pier. So I don't know if that just means he's kind of like patrolling the island, I guess. Let's see. Do we have anything we want to show him? Let's ask about our keys.
I couldn't say.
Maybe it's astonishing that it floats. Maybe.
If I find out something about that, I'll let you know.
It doesn't know anything about the wig. About our other key.
I couldn't say.
Okay. I think that's everything we want to show him.
I'm listening.
Let's ask what he's doing.
There's a strong box in the pond. I wonder how it got there.
Same. Let's ask your opinion on... Okay, so we now have the strong box in here.
Who put it in the pond and why? That's what I'd like to know.
Fair questions.
I couldn't say. I couldn't say.
Nothing to say about the locked room or the bookcase. The floating strongbox reminds me of a Myst puzzle. Interesting. It's been too long since I played Myst, so I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly. What have you noticed 4 to 5?
Everything was as usual.
Maybe it had something in it and was at the bottom of the pond. Right. Like, I'm pretty sure I've hung out here during the time where it appears. And when the water is low, there's no water in the pond, but there's quicksand. And then I think when the water arises at 5 a.m., it just appears at that same time. But it is possible that I have missed something that happens there. I don't remember for sure how thoroughly I've investigated that time period. And then someone's emptied it at low tide. So how it floats. I see what you're saying. Could be. Can't think of anything else worth asking him about. So the binoculars don't seem to be helping me. Let's think about other items in the game that might do anything with this. Hook on North Beach? Maybe. Oh, I think that might be just a little fishing hook. I can't remember how it's illustrated. That's worth investigating at least. We could get a gun and shoot it. Not seeing much else. Like a hook or a fishing line or something is about all I can think of to try to like pull it over. I'm a little bit skeptical that would work, but it's all I can think of to try. A clasp. I don't remember what that is exactly. I don't think it would be anything useful. Just trying to picture what it looked like. Yeah, that's all I got. Let's go look at there's a hook and fishing line in North Beach. Let's investigate those and see if they could possibly accomplish anything. Let's see, I can't remember. Okay, there's the hook. Okay, we have a hook now. While we're here, that looks like it could be useful actually. Let's take that. Hands are full. Figures. Seashell, coral. Okay, and the medallion is here now. So it is currently 5:45 a.m. I'm not sure if this helps me narrow down when the medallion appears. It does. So now we have 11:45 and 5:45 a.m. My best guess with the medallion, like we've been told that Juiced and Marie both had one. So my thought is like Juice was probably wearing it or had it with him when he was killed, and then it, came off of him somehow and floated over here after he was dumped in the water. I thought there was a hook and line in a cabin. Could be. But yeah, the hook, using the hook on the strongbox is what I was thinking here. I guess since we already have the hook, let's try that first, and then we'll come back and try the fishing line. Like the fishing line is illustrated as having a hook attached to it. Bob is here now. Let me make sure I have a note about that. Yeah. So the tricky thing is understanding how to use a game item. it seems like basically you want the item to be active, which is when the text is basically white color. And then you can choose an action. And if it makes sense to use that item for that action, then it just happens automatically. So like if you're opening a door, you just use the key. If you're trying to look at something far away, like we tried read on the monkey statue, and we were able to read that text that was far away because we had the binoculars active. So what makes sense with the hook? I don't know. I'm just going to try a bunch of these. Like pull is the thing I would go for, but we don't have a pull. So I guess I'll just go through in order. I can't imagine open is going to work. Putting yourself out for nothing. Push, it's too far from the edge. Raise, maybe? It's too far from the edge. Can't imagine search will work. Smell. Sound. Take. That doesn't take. Turn. It's too far from the edge. Yeah, so our hook doesn't seem to be helping here. Let's just go ahead and drop it here. And we'll go back and get the fishing line and see if that goes any better. Hey, robots friend, good to see you. Dron says, incidentally, if you run out of storage space in your hanky in your cabin, I think you can put stuff in the nook by the pencils or in the little cabinet. Oh, interesting. Okay. I've just been often ditching items wherever. Like, I've been keeping things that seem important in the cabin. Remember that time I looked at a Froggy timer like a month ago? Coles is still sending me emails about it to this day. You know, I do still have that open in a tab. So that might be my fault. I will close the Froggy timer tab and hopefully that will stop your emails. Because Coles is probably, like, occasionally that's reloading and Coles thinks, oh, she keeps coming back to look at that timer. I'll close the tab. I'm sorry. Robot's friend said, the Twitch thumbnail of the stream was just Robot Spacer with his head in his hands and the full screen map. It was a good impression on the state of things. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Very good illustration of my experience here. Okay, we were on our way to North Beach to get that fishing line. Take. That's all we want. Back to the pond. Oh! You felt a sharp pain at the top of the head and nothing else. When you came to, a half hour had slipped away. 7 a.m. at North Beach. That's interesting. So this is right around when Juice's body is found. Right? Yeah. Oh, I have... Okay. I think it was because I tried to go to the monkey statue. Because I had previously gotten knocked out there at 7 a.m. Haunted tab. I've got a lot of those probably. There we go. Okay. Oh, we're worn out. Okay. Beat comes after that. And after beat comes death, I believe. Okay. The strongbox is fucking gone. So, at 7 a.m. is when someone gets the strongbox out of the water. Heck, And the water is rising. Water level rises slowly. Torsten Bronger, hello. Good to see you. Should I say Robot Spacer or Robot Spacer? Sorry, no native speaker. Robot Spacer is the intention. What to do? All right. At one point, I was following Bob. He was hanging out by the pond, which is the screen we're at now, between 6 and 7. And I tried following him. And we lost sight of him. Like, he goes to the pier and then the bar and then is just, I guess, outside at Maggie's, and then we lose sight of him. And I don't know if that was just because that's a thing that happens sometimes when you're following a person, or if maybe that's meant to suggest, you know, he's specifically trying to evade me. Another thing we have coming up is at 10 a.m., someone shoots at Roy and Chris on South Beach. Another thing we have coming up is I need to wrap up stream. Oh, I really hoped I would make, like, we've made progress. Like, this has been useful. I just feel like we didn't get as many satisfying things this week. I'm trying to think of what else we can do. I don't know what we could do to figure out who was shooting at Roy and Chris. He's a spacer robot who paces robots. Ooh, exciting. So, South Beach is down here on the southern part of the island. North Beach is up here where we were just at. The pond is right here in the middle. So if someone is being shot at on South Beach, you know, they can't be that far away, presumably. It would make sense maybe that they're like, I know we've heard the gunshot in a lot of different places. I know we've heard the gunshot at Maggie's. So, like, someone, you know, shooting from a distance, you know, on top of that building or something seems like a possibility. Trying to remember where else I heard the gunshot. I feel like there was somewhere far away, like, I don't know, maybe Juiced even, that I remember hearing it. I don't think it's a very big island, so it's possible you can hear it from anywhere for all I know. Locked. All right, we heard about fight between Bob and Anita, I think, in Anita's room. Yeah. And that was on the first day. Which one's Anita's? Why can I never remember this? I think this one. Oh! Oh. Okay. First, I clicked on Anita's room and it said it's locked, but I think, I don't know, maybe I didn't quite click right, I guess. I think that was just the text from when I tried to go in the locked room. For a second, I thought maybe we discovered a time where Anita's room was actually locked, but I guess not. So there was a fight in here and things were broken. But it doesn't look any different. Is it possible there's something to find that's not so obvious? Ladies' lingerie, all topsy-turvy. Revolver. A necklace. Chloroform. A newspaper. Oh yeah, I remember this. Okay, next $5. Fetish, that's all. Anything in here? You're potted. All right, sure. Let's search that. Searching in the dark. Search under the bed. Search under the rug. You don't find any clues in particular. Is that your bright idea? Yes, it was. A letter. Huh. Have I found this? Be at the well tonight at midnight. I have things to reveal to you. A friend who wants to help you. Which midnight is that? I guess it's got to be the midnight that passed, right? Because that's the only in-game midnight we get to experience. Very exciting, but it's a bummer that that time has passed. So this is Anita's room, and we found a letter. I just want to make sure I write this down in multiple places. Letter in Anita's room. Let's see. So we found this. And on February 1st in the morning at 8:30. Meet at well at midnight. So, who was in here before midnight? Roy was in the area. Bob was in the area. Wait, Bob? Bob goes into Anita's room. Oh, okay. No, but he goes into Anita's room at midnight, and then he complains about getting stood up. So he's getting stood up because Anita is going to the well at midnight. So he's not the one that left the note. The note would have been put there or given to her. I mean, I guess she could have been given the note anyway, and this is just where she put it. So maybe it's not worth trying to figure that out. Oh, right. Anita goes out for a walk at midnight, and we weren't ever sure where she was. We've seen her at Juiced's between 1 and 2, but presumably she's at the well at midnight. Casual Slav, hello, good to see you. Aren't you lost in those notes? It's a lot to keep track of, but this is it's a lot of information here, but it's all organized by time. So it helps me look things up if I want to know where somebody is at a certain time, or if I want to see the path someone is taking. These notes I definitely get lost in. It's very chaotic, but I've been trying to highlight things. I'm managing for the most part. Unfortunately, that's it for tonight. But at least we finally found something exciting. I'm very excited to check that out in the future. Mizrahi says, yeah, it actually looks like a very smart way to keep track of the movement of suspects. Yeah, it has worked out pretty well for the most part. There's some cases where I wish I had a little bit more room to write, but other than that, it's been great. Res Mason said, there's too much chloroform in this town. Maybe there was a chloroform sale at Macy's. Yeah, we were talking about, this is in the 50s, so, I definitely don't know anything about legitimate chloroform uses, but maybe there's understandable reasons to have it for medical purposes or something. I don't know, but it does seem a little weird. So this is my last stream for about a week and a half. So my next stream is going to be popping over my calendar to make sure I have the right date here, on the 29th. So that's a week from Friday. That'll be a Conquest of Camelot stream. The next time I play this game will be 2 weeks from now on... Oh no. That's next year. So unfortunately, this is the last Spooky Tuesday of the year. I didn't even realize it. But next year we'll beat this game. I'm making a promise to you all right now. I will beat this game next year. So on the 29th, that'll be sadly my last December stream, but we'll continue playing DOS games until I have completed them. So there's plenty more DOS to come. Also, let me go ahead and just hit my schedule button. So robotspacer.tv or my schedule on Twitch. I try to keep both of those up to date, in case you are ever wondering. I'm looking to see who we can raid here. We've got a lot of people on December.com playing DOS games, unsurprisingly. I've been trying to raid new folks as much as possible. So let's see what everybody's up to here. Got somebody playing some Doom. Sigil 2. Someone was talking about that the other day. Wolf 3D Engine Retrospective. Interesting. Participating in December does not require you to only play DOS games during the month of December, but I have been trying to raid folks that are actively playing DOS games. We could also say hello to Ash Said Hi. She is playing Commander Keen for the first time right now. That's exciting. But I think let's say hello to King of APOC playing some Doom. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to talk about before we start the raid. I don't think so. I think we covered it all. I am very excited to play more of this game, and I wish I didn't have to wait 2 weeks to do it. Especially since we learned about this secret meeting at the well. have to wait till next year. Thank you all for hanging out. If you're celebrating any holidays over the next week, I hope you all have a nice time. If you're not, I hope you still have a nice time. I appreciate you all being here very much. Please take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around. Bye.